All right, now that we got all of the technical issues out of the way, let's go ahead and start talking about the patch notes because apparently most of the class balancing changes are over on max roll. So we'll go over those last once we get through the official patch notes that were launched on the main page on Blizzard. So obviously this is just telling you on April the 2nd through April the 9th, we're going to have our PTR server now, and you're going to have to launch it through Battle.net. Now, obviously, we all wish it was longer than 1 week, but it seems like they're sticking with the 1 week for the PTR. And a lot of this patch actually just looks like a summarization of the previous campfire chat. So most of it's not really notable if you watch the previous campfire chat and read through and watch any videos covering that. So this itemization change here, they're just saying they're going to be focusing on quality over quantity. Now, I think this is a good idea overall. I know a lot of people wanted a loot filter this season. In my opinion, I'd really wish that they would just hammer out the overall quality of loot drops before they need to add a loot filter to the game, and then maybe a small loot filter will be added later on, just so we can separate out affix drops on our gear pieces. This is just going back over, now there's going to be 3 affixes on legendary items and 2 on rare items, which basically makes rare items useless overall. Now they're where they are the most important thing to have now, they're going to be completely useless in Season 4. And then we're also going to have a smaller pool of affixes to get drops on for our gear pieces. And again, just saying more relevant affixes. Only sacred items will drop in tier 3, only ancestrals in tier 4. Again, we already knew that. And then again, they're just saying they're going to roll with higher values. So if you watch the previous campfire chat, you'll know that the values are much higher for season 4. So all of your stats, all stats, your primary stat, which by the way, you can no longer roll anything other than your primary stat on your gear, which is a nice change. So if you're a barbarian, you'll probably roll just strength. If you're a druid, you're going to roll willpower. Rogue, you're going to get dexterity, so on and so on. But one thing I did think that was pretty interesting down here was the new affixes that they're adding to the game. So some of these I didn't really care too much. Resource on kill, yeah, that's okay. You can get that from like your Paragon board, and usually when you're talking about resource on kill, it doesn't necessarily affect bossing, which is a big part of the game. So it's basically an affix that only is viable through, killing enemies, and most bosses don't have a bunch of enemies spawning. And then life per hit is okay, but it depends on what value we can actually get life per hit at. If it's a small value, it's not going to be that relevant. But the big one, resource per second. So now we're going to be able to get Fury Generation on Barbarians, and we're going to be able to get Spirit Generation on Druids. So this is something I've been asking for quite some time. Now that we're actually going to get resource per second, I would have preferred had they just baked this into the Druid and the Barbarian, so all classes had resource generation. Something I really enjoy about a game like Last Epoch, where all the classes, or at least the one I play, has resource generation. So it's still nice though, a nice change. We're going to get resource generation. So Spirit Gen on the Druid, Fury Gen on the Barbarian, big change there. And then Lucky Hit will have a chance to apply vulnerability. So again, this is dependent on where they actually set the value of this affix. So in your lucky hit. So if you have a skill like Lightning Storm, which has a relatively low lucky hit chance, your chance to apply vulnerability is then based off of that lucky hit chance. So it's kind of it could be decent depending on what build you play. It definitely isn't a game changer unless they do adjust some of those lucky hit values on your skills. And then basic skill ranks, this is something really nice. So basic skill builds, again, getting another buff with these affix changes. You're going to see basic skill builds probably be a lot more potent, especially if you can start adding skill ranks to them. And, obviously we have new uniques this season for basic skills, and they've also buffed up the damage of basic skills considerably for a lot of classes. The miscellaneous stuff, again, this is just stuff that going back over what they already announced in the previous campfire chat. You're getting 925 item power gear from level 95 plus monsters. So basically, by the time you reach tier 4, you're always getting 925 gear from every bit of content that you're doing, which is really nice. However, that will all depend on how they rebalance the game. So do remember, they are balancing the game all over again. So there is a chance that by the time you reach world tier 4, all of the enemies will be a little bit or quite a bit tougher than they currently are. And then another change here that is pretty simple, but I think is going to make a big difference. So gems are now changing to be more useful, and we're going to be getting core stats. So that's a big change. So now for all of your Paragon boards, a lot of those, not only are you getting bigger affix rolls on your stats that you get on your weapons, but now you're going to be able to add core stats through your gems, which is going to be making getting those rare nodes on your Paragon boards much easier to obtain. Well, the bonuses from the rare nodes. And then more conditional bonuses have been simplified. And if I remember correctly, what this means is that, instead of, you getting crit damage towards vulnerable enemies, you're just getting flat crit damage from some of your gems. So much like the gems from Diablo 3, and I think this is a good change overall. Then salvaging, crafting, and rewards have all been tuned, and I'm assuming they're doing this because they have now made it where you only get sacred items from tier 3 and ancestral from tier 4. So the previous loot system made it where all of the items you would get from previous tiers would then turn into crafting materials. Now you're only getting those ancestral items in tier 4, so they're going to retune all of the crafting and the salvaging costs, rewards that you... the crafting cost and salvaging materials you get from your gear pieces. And then we're getting caps on the amount of gold when we're enchanting, so that's nice. And then Forgotten Souls can now be obtained from Whispers and global rare drops from Elite. So pretty nice changes there. And then this is again just stating you're going to get uniques earlier on. So some uniques will now start dropping in tier 1 and tier 2. And then all of the uniques will drop in tier 3. And then you can have uber uniques drop from a level 55 monster, but that's probably going to be incredibly rare. So don't make that a part of your grinding goal. And then tempering, again, we know this system pretty well from the previous campfire chat. I will highlight one thing that I did notice, this section right here. And this is a big question I had when they were talking about tempering and the manuals. Oops, let me just close that out. So it says these are categorized like codex of power, and just giving you an example: resource, mobility, offensive, defensive, etc. And then it says once again you retain these for unlimited use. So I thought there was a chance that manuals were going to keep dropping constantly, and then there was a potential that it was going to fill up your inventory slots. Now that you don't have affixes kind of polluting your inventory, there was a chance that you're going to have your manuals polluting your inventory, and that's not going to be the case. So once you find a manual, you will have it, and you will have it for unlimited uses, which is a great implementation here. So you won't have to worry about stacking up tons of manuals over and over again and looking at each one. You're just going to have it all the time once you find it. And then it's just restating each manual has, a handful of affixes. Affixes can be rerolled up to the item's tempered reroll limit. And ancestral items can have 2 tempered affixes from different categories. So again, just making ancestral items, more important, ancestral legendary items, the most important item to get in the game now. And then greater affix rolls, we know that we can now get affixes with 1.5 times the multiplier on that specific affix roll, and it will always roll at maximum. So if you see a greater affix roll on a piece of gear, just know you're going to have a really nice piece of gear, especially if it's an affix that you're looking for, like flat damage reduction, or stat rolls, or crit damage depending on your build, things like that. I think for Druid, a really cool idea would be if you could somehow manage to get greater affix rolls on your damage to close and damage to distant enemies, and then you could get an insane multiplier from your Thunderstruck node on your Paragon board. So because that Thunderstruck node on your Paragon board is actually uncapped, that's something that's pretty interesting and something that I'm really looking forward to kind of delving into with these greater affixes in Season 4. I think there's going to be the potential for some crazy builds, some crazy lightning storm tornado builds coming out of the Druid for this season. But I haven't gotten to the class balancing changes, so I'll hold my opinion out. And then each affix on an item has a chance to greater roll in tier 3, tier 4. We know this stuff though. And then again, this is just another, masterworking from the previous campfire chat. So we know we're going to be getting items from the pit, which is the new in-game system coming to D4, and that these items are going to be based off of what level of the pit that you're currently in. So you're not going to be able to hang out at like the lowest tier pit and get the best crafting materials. You're going to have to actually go into those higher tiers to get the best crafting materials to continue to masterwork your gear piece. And then we know at ranks 4, 8, and 12, you're going to get a single affix that is going to get a big boost overall to that specific affix. So again, another way of, improving that piece of gear. And I believe, and I'm going to wait till we get down further, that you can actually reset your masterworking. So if you get some really bad, masterworking affix you didn't necessarily want to improve on, you could probably reset it and do it all over again. Let's see, Codex of Power changes. We know this, so all legendary aspects are not going to be in your Codex of Power. So we don't actually have to, pollute our inventory with aspects. And then you'll have to get the highest roll though. So that was something that a lot of players, I know some players that people that I speak to in the game, they wanted this kind of system where you still had to do a semi grind to get the best tier aspect roll, and you're still going to have to do that. So you're not going to get the highest rank aspect roll on that aspect when you put it in your codex. You'll have to wait to get that on a piece of gear. So still looking for that lucky drop, but you only have to do it one time. And then again, it's just saying the affix changes, legendary affix range changes based on, I believe maybe they meant aspect here. Aspect changed on normal, sacred, ancestral. Most legendary affix rolls have been increased. Oh no, they're just talking about manual. The UI has been revamped, now includes manual and keyword search. You can also favorite legendary aspects to make them easier to find. That's really nice, being able to favorite them. So in my opinion, this system obviously is one of the more important systems to the game, I think, into Season 4. And I think a lot of this, too, is going to improve your overall, when you finally get a character level 100 and you do decide to re-roll a new character, you're going to have a much easier time leveling that character back to 100 because you're going to have the access to the best legendary aspects that you have in your codex, which is going to make your character far more powerful far sooner, and you're going to get tons of XP much easier because of the system that they're implementing. So really nice. And then the Helltide, we know about the Helltide. So, they're increasing the density for the Helltide overall into Season 4. They're trying to add this threat level to your character, so that way there's this sense of urgency in the Helltide. You kill as many monsters, you get this threat level increased, and all of a sudden you have a bunch of enemies coming to attack you all at once. Increasing, and here it's just restating that from the previous campfire chat. And this can happen at tier 3, so that's pretty nice that they're starting at tier 3. And then once you achieve the maximum threat, it's going to have ambushes and increased enemy density. And then a hell spawn will then come in at the end of the ambush, and that will be the end of, it'll basically just reset after that. So that's pretty nice. I like that addition to the Helltides. And as you can see here, they also pulled the camera back. So now that's a pretty significant change, though. That's a pretty significant change. So this is one of the bigger changes, having this massive change to the field of view for certain builds. Like, again, going back to Lightning Storm. So Lightning Storm is going to benefit greatly from a change like this. Any build where you're going to be able to get damage on enemies much faster is at a range is going to benefit greatly from this field of view change. Pretty big change here. So I'm looking forward to this. Let me see how you get out of this thing. How do you get back out of this? There we go. I guess it pulled up a tab. And then this is the bigger change here. Yeah, the zoom, bro. The zoom's really it's gonna make a huge difference. I feel like there's gonna be so many classes, so many builds from different classes that benefit from this zoom out function. So that's really nice. And then the bigger change, in my opinion, is this here. So I'm a big fan of anything that brings players together, even if you like to play solo. So give me just a second. I'm gonna take a. I had to get me some coffee before I started doing this. So anything that brings players together without necessarily requiring them to be in the party, and that all players involved can benefit. So that'd be like your Blood Harvest events in Season 2, or the Herald of Malphas summon in Season 3. I love things like that, and I'm glad they're bringing it to the Helltide. So it basically just says, Baneful Hearts can primarily be earned through opening Tortured Gift Chest and can be used at the Accursed Ritual location. A scene of shocking gore, the Accursed Ritual, is the ultimate testament to the disturbing links the manic cultists will go to appease their dark wishes. And it is here where you can begin the Accursed Ritual. Deposit 3 Baneful Hearts to begin the ritual, and you'll be spawned with a dense demonic ambush. Other players within your subzone will be alerted, so that's pretty common now. This is nice, so people will see when you actually do this that the ritual has begun. If you wish to join in, if they wish to join in your fight, this ambush will climax with the arrival of the Blood Maiden, an immensely powerful demonic creature who will offer great reward upon her death. So again, really great change to Helltides. This is something I've been asking for quite some time. Bringing players together and allowing there to be something we can all join in on through your individual efforts is really nice. And obviously, if the boss drops a ton of cinders, forgotten souls, whatever the boss drops, as long as it's really rewarding, people are going to be doing this all of the time. And it's really going to change up the flow and feel of how Helltides are kind of I guess, interacted with on the player-to-player base. So that's really nice. And then World Tier 1 and Tier 2 adjustments. So you're now going to have Helltides in Tier 1 and Tier 2. So again, another great change, I think. My hope is that the XP that you'll get from doing these Helltides in Tier 1 and Tier 2 is equivalent, or maybe not as efficient, but pretty close to doing something like tunnels. So that way you're not kind of pigeonholed for efficiency in terms of XP grind to tunnels. And also remember, guys, that they're giving a pretty significant XP buff to Tier 2, Tier 3, and Tier 4. If I remember correctly, it's 50% XP increase for those different tiers. So they're going to be bigger rewards for doing Tier 2. And some of the changes that they made to the Tier 1 and Tier 2 Helltides, it states all tortured gifts are now mystery chests. There will be no roaming bosses like the Space Cockroach or ambient meters. So that's pretty nice, especially for newer players, which I'm sure there are going to be a ton of. You're going to, be able to engage with these Helltides, but you're not going to have to worry about some of the other kind of more, I guess more difficult aspects of the Helltide at early levels. Obviously not when you scale a character all the way to the end game. The meteors are no big deal. The roaming boss is no big deal. But early on, it could potentially be the end of your character, or be pretty frustrating if a player was to run into stuff like that. And then less monster density overall. I don't know about the less monster density. It will depend on how high the density is going to be in Tier 3 and Tier 4, which it appears to be pretty high. They're going to adjust the monster density into those tiers, so we'll see what happens with that. But it sounds pretty good. I think this is going to be a really nice change. And then the pit, again, this is the in-game system, the brand new in-game system that they're bringing to Diablo 4 for Season 4. And it does state that in order to initiate the pit, you're going to have or I should say the quest for the pit, you're going to have to complete a tier 46 nightmare dungeon. So there is going to be a requirement here. You're not going to be getting into world tier 4 and just going right into the pit. You're going to actually have to do a tier 46 nightmare dungeon, which I think is actually pretty nice. By the time you reach a tier 46 nightmare dungeon, whether you're a seasoned player or a new player, you should have at least a general idea as to how the game functions. So I think that's a pretty reasonable request of the player. And then once you complete it, you can collect rune shards during in-game activities. You collect these rune shards to activate the obelisk. And then in the obelisk, you will use that to get into the pit. Now, something I thought that was pretty cool here is that, you know, obviously we know there's a 10-minute timer, but each player death removes time from the clock, which we already knew this. It says the first death removes 30 seconds. However, every subsequent death after that is pretty significant. So you die a second time, you lose a full minute, and then you die a third time, you're losing a minute and a half here. So probably not a big deal for the early tiers. You know, you could probably just casually run through those. Obviously, in hardcore, you can't afford to die at all now. But probably not a big deal for the early tiers. But when you're talking about min-maxing and getting to the top tiers of the pit, you know, every second is probably going to count depending on how well balanced the game is. Obviously, if builds are incredibly overpowered, it's not going to be the case. You're just going to blow through everything. But if they do a decent job at balancing everything, by the time you reach those top tiers, every second is going to matter. So if you die, you know, maybe you can afford to die one time, but a third time, a second or a third time, your pit run is pretty much over. I don't know if the fourth. I don't think there's a death limit. It doesn't look like there's a death limit, or at least it's not announced here. But I would imagine you can't, like, imagine you lose 30 seconds, you die once, you die again, that's another minute, and this is a 10-minute timer, and then you die again, that's a minute and a half. So you pretty much now cut the timer in half. So you die a fourth time, I mean, you're losing another minute and a half. So you're definitely not going to be able to die multiple times. So that's something you're going to have to pay attention to. And then, you know, you slay the monsters, a portal appears to the boss, you kill the boss, you win the pit, you get masterworking materials. Killing the boss within 4 to 6 minutes to spare grants you additional tier unlock. So there's going to be a prerequisite to unlocking the next tier, so you're going to have to do it within a specific time frame. Killing the boss with 6 or more minutes to spare grants you 2 additional tier unlocks. So the faster you kill the boss, the more tiers you're going to be able to unlock with each subsequent completion of the pit. And I'm sure that this is going to be a hard stop for some builds. Some builds will probably not be able to get additional tiers unlocked because, and this is where the min-maxing is going to occur. So the fact that you have to have 4 to 6 minutes to spare to unlock the next tier means that you're going to have to really be booking it through a lot of these. And the pit has hundreds of tiers of difficulty. So hundreds of tiers. So is that 100? No, it's 200, 300, 400. I don't know. So hundreds of tiers. If the mastery timer expires before finishing through the pit, you will still receive loot, but won't receive any masterworking materials. So that's pretty nice. You're still going to get loot from doing it. You're just not going to get what everybody's going to want, and that's masterworking materials. The pit can be undertaken with groups of up to 4. We know that, with the player who opened the pit receiving the lion's share of materials. Only the player who opened the pit has the chance of receiving the materials used for summoning Tormented Echoes. So Tormented Echoes, and that is, I believe, the Stygian, the Stygian cores or something like that. The Stygian stones. So only the player who opens the pit will get the Stygian stones to summon the tier 200 bosses. So that's pretty nice. A lot of players were asking for that for Duriel, that only the players who summon Duriel get the item drops. This is kind of similar to that, where only the players who open the pit can get the summoning materials for doing Tormented Echoes. So you're not going to see a group of blasting, players who are blasting the pit and they're just getting tons of Stygian, stones and being able to do all the tier 200 bosses. So you're going to only get that on the player who opened the pit initially. So that's pretty nice. And then boss ladder, we know they're giving us the Echo of Andariel. So she's coming in Season 4. Let's see. And she's going to have the same drops as Duriel. Also, something that they did not mention in the previous campfire chat that was mentioned on X was that every single boss, no matter which one you're doing, is now going to have an uber unique drop rate. So if you're doing Varshan, if you're doing Galvanic Saint, all of those are going to have a chance to drop an uber unique. And uber uniques can also have greater affix rolls. And then Andariel is going to have a mix of Shadow, Fire, Lightning, and her iconic Poison attack. Andariel stands ready to face all who dare fathom her demise. Summoning parts acquired from doing Beast in the Ice in Lord Zir. So much like doing Varshan and the Galvanic Saint, you're going to be doing Beast in the Ice in Lord Zir to summon Andariel instead of Duriel. And then this is just talking about the Stygian stones from the pit. And then you need Stygian stones to access these high-tier Tormented Echoes at level 200. And all items drop at 925, of course, because we're going to get 925 gear from level 95 monsters. Why would you not get 925 gear from the absolute toughest content in the game? And obviously, that depends on how well they balance the game, if it's actually that difficult. By the time you're getting to tier 200 bosses, you're probably going to be pretty well farmed and min-max on your character. And then defeating the first Tormented Echo. Remember, first, not every single one. So the first time you kill a Tormented Echo, you're going to get a Resplendent Spark, which is the crafting material needed to create Uber Uniques in the game. So by the time you kill all these bosses, you should have at least 1.5 Uber Uniques. Half an Uber Unique, you know. And then this is going into the PTR, I assume, features offered for testing. We will have service for PTR in our largest regions, North America, Europe, Korea, and Japan, Southeast Asia, and Australia. Once you log in through Battle.net, which you have to go through Battle.net to do this, your account will carry over the following account-based progress: campaign completion, mounts and skill points, Fog of War, Altars of Lilith, stat points. That's really nice. As so many of these changes apply to the in-game, the following features will be offered. You will be able to instantly boost your character to 100. So we know this from the previous campfire chat. You're going to instantly have a level 100 character. You're going to have 100 million gold, 1,000 obols, 2 random sets of ancestral gear at item power 920. I don't know why 920. Maybe that's a typo. Upgraded potions, fully unlocked Paragon glyphs, and max glyphs. So up to 10 tempering manuals, class specific. That's kind of cool. So I'll be able to get right into the Druid class specific tempering manuals. I like that. Base amount of all consumable materials does not include materials for resource specifically earned for masterworking, scattering prisms, and resplendent sparks. So you're going to have to earn that stuff if you plan on participating in the PTR, which is obvious that you would have to, because then you can actually find out how the systems work in the game, and you're not just going to be given that stuff. Materials to enter the, and also it does, they're going to have a better understanding of how difficult it is to acquire those materials, so that's kind of nice. Materials to enter the pit and nightmare dungeons are granted. That's nice. So you're just going to have those. Complete class system mechanics, e.g., example enchantments for sorceresses or sorceress, etc. Note, this boost can be repeated with new characters on the PTR. You can trade between characters as needed. So any character you create is going to have the same exact boost every time they enter the PTR. So that's nice. You can test out all the classes you want in the PTR. Fog of War will be completely cleared, and additionally, regardless of whether you choose to boost your character for the PTR, legendary drop rates will be doubled. So we're going to get our hands on the legendary items much sooner. Some things will be missing intentionally so we can test the flows we want to keep an eye on, not an open eye, and the Codex of Power will be fully unlocked. That sounds good. How to provide feedback. Your feedback on the changes will see the experience of the PTR is incredibly important to us and is vital in ensuring that these changes for Season 4 are the best they can be when they go live on Diablo 4 proper. If you participate in the PTR, please let us know what you think. They're creating an entirely different forum for the PTR, so that's probably what we're going to be doing, is providing feedback on the forum. And then it says pressing the escape key while in the in-game menu will bring up the report a bug menu. You can select the drop-down filter and select the in-game feedback tool to provide feedback without leaving the game. So we're going to have a bug report system in the game and a completely separate forum to post all of the information we have from the PTR. How to install the PTR. Open up Blizzard Battle.net app and select Diablo 4 from your games list. In the selector above the play button, there's a game version drop-down menu. Select the option Public Test Roam. Click Install and install the client. That seems pretty straightforward. Nothing too crazy there. And then the class updates and full patch notes. Again, this is just going back over the. It's a broad statement that they made about their plans for class balancing and stuff. However, there was class balancing changes added to max roll. Now, I'm not certain why the overall class balancing isn't added here, but it wasn't. So it's on max roll, and max roll has all of the information changes regarding the classes, as well as some elixir updates. I don't know if this was something you could access. I didn't see it here on the official website. So we'll just go on over to max roll and look at it there. So for the classes, let me just get to the top here. This is just restating what was stated on the official page. So for general, we're having the new Tyrael's Might unique added to the game. It says, while at full life, your skills unleash a divine barrage dealing damage. So this looked much like the artillery shrine. You would get like an artillery shrine proc off of your character. Also, this piece of gear had damage reduction. It added a 5% increase to the caps of your resistances and also gave you resistances. So it has a pretty nice set of defensive stats on it and also gives you a chance to get additional damage out if you choose to use this unique. And then Yen's Blessing unique boots. Casting a skill has a 20 to 30% chance to cast a non-mobility, non-ultimate skill that is currently on cooldown. This effect can occur once every 12 seconds. I don't know. That doesn't sound too good to me, especially that it can only happen once every 12 seconds. I will probably pass up on this unique, but that would all depend on, obviously what the affixes that are on that piece of gear. Legendary aspects. Aspect of Frosty Strides. While below 45 to 60% life, evade freezes closest enemies for cold damage and applies vulnerable to them for 3 seconds. While below 45 to 60% life, I don't know. That seems kind of weird. Probably not going to be used, in my opinion. I wouldn't put this on a piece of gear. Aspect of Concussive Strikes. Lucky hit. Damaging an enemy has a 20% chance to daze them for 2 seconds. You deal 5 to 20% increased damage to dazed enemies. This would be good. The only problem I have is that it's not going to work on bosses. So anytime you have a aspect or something on a piece of gear that only applies to monsters, it's kind of here and there with it. Because you have to understand, like, even when you're doing the pit, your objective is to kill all the monsters to what? To get to the boss. If the boss can't be affected by all of your damage, it's not necessarily going to be a good choice. Then for Barbarian, I know that there's been a bunch of changes to Barb, maybe some not so exciting changes for some players, but we'll get down to that when we do. So we have, what is this? Ariat's Blessing, unique pants. Ancients you summon are empowered. Corlic creates an earthquake that deals physical damage for 4 seconds when he leaps. Talik leaves behind dust devils that deal damage while he whirlwinds. And then Maldak ignites the ground, burning enemies for an additional damage over 4 seconds when he upheaves the ground. So that sounds pretty cool. Twin Strike's unique gloves. After casting double swing 4 times, your next double swing will hit 2 additional times, each dealing 10 to 25% increased damage. That sounds pretty cool for double swing builds. Aspect of Fierce Winds. Your shout skills create 5 Dust Devils and deal damage to enemies along their path. Your Dust Devils are 5 to 15% bigger and deal 1% increased damage for each percent of their size is increased. Not too bad. So the bigger the better, right? The bigger the better. For Druid, we have Earthbreaker Unique Ring. We already have enough rings. Landslide causes the ground to erupt in tectonic spikes, which continue to deal 0.6 to 0.9 damage over 2 seconds, causing landslide in this area. Casting landslide in this area has a 20 to 30% chance to cast an additional landslide pillars to spawn within. So that sounds pretty cool for landslide. But again, another ring slot. We have tons of rings that we might want to use, aspects we need for our ring slot. So I don't know if this will be something people pick up. It would depend on what the affix rolls are on this ring. Wild Heart Hunger, unique boots. When you shapeshift into a werewolf or a werebear, you gain Wild Heart for 5 seconds. Wild Heart grants you 1% to 1.5% increased damage with shapeshifting skills every 2 seconds, stacking up to 20 times. So again, another really cool unique here for quick shift builds. However, with the addition of Metamorphosis into the game, it's going to be pretty hard to want to give up Metamorphosis on your boots for something that just gives you more damage. Maybe this would be something you would put on your boots for like super in-game high tier pits. But again, you might just skip out on this for more mobility. Let's see, aspects of Fevered Mauling. When you hit at least one enemy with Maul, increases its attack speed by 1 to 2%, and you gain 1 to 3% damage reduction for 5 seconds, stacking up to 5 times. That sounds pretty lackluster. I mean, what, 10% attack speed, 15% damage reduction on Maul. I don't know if this is what Maul needed to be more, I guess, viable. It's probably multiplicative, Kettle. Like, I would assume that every time they add something like this, it's going to be multiplicative. So, it's probably a sizable damage increase, and it would probably be worthwhile to obtain. It's just like, do you need more damage? Sure, maybe pushing higher tiers, or do you need more mobility? It all depends on how you make your build. Oh yeah, it's a sizable damage increase. I just don't know if you're going to want to give up something like Metamorphosis for, damage. And it's only going to be for specific builds. So you're going to have to shapeshift constantly. So this is going to be like quick shift. It's just further creating more damage opportunity for quick shift builds. So that's basically what this is. And it's every 2 seconds, so you're gaining a stack multiple times. So you're going to have to swap constantly, werebear, werewolf, and then keep the stacks up. So it's actually a pretty decent damage increase. I would just, like I said, I don't know if you're going to want to give up some of your mobility aspects for this, especially in higher tier pits where, you could potentially get stunned and can just get blown up. You might want to keep something like Metamorphosis instead of this. And then, what were we? Necromancer. So Necromancer's getting Ebon Piercer unique amulet. Says Blight also shoots 4 smaller projectiles that pierce enemies and deal shadow damage over 3 seconds. I'm not sure. Curer's Embrace. Blood Surge consumes corpses to cause many novas, dealing damage. Damage is increased by 10% per target drained by the initial cast, up to 50%. Damage is also increased by 20% for each corpse consumed. Now, I'm not a Necromancer person, so I have no idea how this actually affects the class. Apothic Aspect. Skeletal Priests empower your Skeletal Warriors. Attacks to deal shadow damage and have a 5 to 15% chance to stun enemies for 1.5 seconds. On Rogue, you're getting some unique items. just a second here, just going back to Druid, can we not get a unique totem? Like, why? So we have more boots, we have a unique ring. Can we not just get a unique totem? Like, that would be really nice. Because could you imagine if this was a unique totem instead of boots? Or if this was on a totem instead of a ring? There's currently 0 unique totems for Druid. I'd really have preferred them to add a unique totem. Because it just kind of pollutes specific slots on your character that you might need for something else. And then going back down to Rogue. So Scoundrel's Kiss, unique ring. Rapid fire now lobs exploding arrows that deal 15 to 25% increased damage. Saboteur's Signet, unique ring. Casting Flurry has a 15 to 30% chance to release stun grenades and deal physical damage and stun enemies for 1 second. Your grenade skills have a 5% lucky hit chance. Legendary aspect of high velocity. Barrage arrows now pierce through one enemy. Barrage has a 10 to 20% increased attack speed. That's pretty good. I don't know. It could be good. It sounds good. Sorcerer, unique items, Fractured Winter Glass, unique amulet. Casting Frozen Orb has a 35 to 50% chance to spawn a random conjuration when it explodes. Lucky hit, your conjurations have up to a 70 to 100% chance to launch a Frozen Orb at nearby enemies. And if I remember correctly, these Frozen Orbs can also spawn conjuration skills. So you can imagine this unique, sounds pretty powerful. You're just constantly casting Frozen Orb, which is going to cast a Conjuration skill, which is then going to cast a Frozen Orb, which is then going to cast another Conjuration skill. Flame Weaver's unique gloves, casting Firebolt through your firewall causes it to split into 4 bolts, each dealing 80 to 100% more damage. This actually sounds pretty cool. I like stuff like this. So it requires the player to go through a step, set something up, and then once they set it up, there's a big payoff. So you create the firewall, you position yourself correctly, you shoot fireballs through that, and then you get a massive damage increase. I really enjoy stuff like that, and I wish there was more of this stuff in the game. I prefer this over percentage chance, like lucky hit, stuff like that. Not necessarily a big fan of those mechanics. I don't mind them. I prefer stuff like this though, where it requires the player to do something for something to occur. Instead of you have a 10% chance for this to occur. You actually can affect, player skill can actually affect how much damage you do. Love stuff like this actually. Legendary aspect of Tenacious Destruction, deal 25 to 40% increased damage while you have no defensive skills on your action bar. So Pure Glass Cannon, that's pretty cool. I like that. And then Flamethrower's aspect, Incinerate, splits into 3 beams, each dealing 70 to 85% of normal damage. So sounds like it could be good. I don't play Sorc, so I don't know if that's actually if it would work really well. And now to the balance update. So let's go through this, guys. This is what I was more interested in. Again, I'm not certain why it's on max roll and not on the other. I didn't see it on the official page, so maybe I missed something. So unique items, Banished Lord is getting an update. So updated visuals and sounds to indicate that your next core skill will overpower. They need more of this overall for every class. A lot of the passives don't even show up on your bar. So for example, the quick shift passive for the damage boost to your Druid doesn't really show up on your as a small buff icon. I'd like to see more stuff like this so players actually know when they have stuff ready to go. Critical Strike overpower damage reduced from 80 to 20 to now 20 to 60. Pretty hefty nerf there. And then resources needed for guaranteed overpower also reduced by 25. So not really a big change there, but a massive nerf to Banished Lords. Sounds pretty bad. I'll probably never use this amulet, mainly because it doesn't have movement speed. So pretty terrible. And then damage, and then for Tebow's Will. So damage increase with while unstoppable reduced from 20 to 40, now to 10 to 20. That's still really good. You get a 20% multiplier there. Definitely not going to change that. And then damage increase persists for 1 second longer after being unstoppable. So this is probably the bigger change. Obviously, 20% multiplier is pretty significant, but I mean, it's still a 20% multiplier, but only 1 second after being unstoppable. So you're not. So in my case, one of the ways to gain unstoppable is through trample. So trample pretty much ends your unstoppable right after you cast a skill. So this is it's actually a pretty big change. You're not just going to be able to have unstoppable every now and again. You're pretty much going to have unstoppable all the time. And for certain builds, that's not necessarily a big deal, but other builds may be impacted by that pretty significantly. So pretty sizable damage decrease, and that I think the bigger change here is that reduction on the amount of time you have that damage increase. So you'll probably see a lot of builds depending on how well balanced a lot of the new affixes that are coming to the game and how much you require more damage reduction for like higher tiers of pit. You'll probably see a lot of builds shift away from T-Bow's Will, which I think is a good thing. I think seeing T-Bow's Will on every single build is absolutely terrible. So that's nice. And then for the legendary aspect, so for Disobedience, I can only imagine before I even read this that this is going to be something involving maintaining your armor, because Disobedience is absolutely useless compared to Juggernaut. So Disobedience, armor stacks no longer fall off independently, thank God. Now they refresh or reset at the same time. Armor gain changed from 25 to 40%. So this is actually really nice now. I think I'd probably run Disobedience before I'd run Juggernaut. Well, you might end up having to run both of them, honestly, depending on how much armor you need for the highest tier of pit you can obtain, or I should say you can reach. But that's a pretty sizable change. I like that. They no longer fall off independently. They all fall off at the same time once you stop dealing damage. So that makes it's going to be much easier to build up those stacks now and reach that maximum stacks so you can get higher armor values. And then 40% is really nice as well. So I like that. It definitely makes Disobedience much more valuable. Assimilation. Previous, you have 8% increased dodge chance versus enemies affected by damage over time effects. When you dodge, you gain 5 to 10 of your primary resource. Now, you have an 8% increased dodge chance when you dodge, 4 to 5 for 5 to 20% of your maximum life. I like the fact that they changed the dodge chance here. I think there's definitely ways you can implement more dodge chance and give yourself dodge chance could actually be the preferred way to build tankiness on your builds. If you get like greater affix rolls on dodge chance, you could probably have a sizable amount of dodge chance on your character. So this is actually not that bad. However, this adding more fortify, ways to obtain fortify, I think they probably should have kept it as the resource, but at least they give you just a flat 8% dodge chance. That's really good. Then Retribution, chance to stun increased from 8 to 10%, now increases damage to stun and knockback enemies. This to me isn't really a big deal because you can't stun bosses. You can only build up their stagger meter. So I would honestly prefer the way that they kind of do Last Epoch, where a lot of your crowd control abilities can affect the bosses, so you get these damage increases towards bosses, but because they don't, it kind of makes them almost useless in a way, because every player is going to want to create a build that is viable across all of the content that they do, especially because there's not loadouts in the game yet. So when I see things like this, I don't really get too excited, because I think the fundamental issue is the fact that you can't apply crowd control effects to bosses, which pretty much makes this useless to a lot of players. Intercom, previous, deal 5 to 10% increased damage for each second you stand still, up to 40%. Now deal 5 to 10% increased damage, triple this bonus after standing still for 3 seconds. So this change misses the mark for me. I don't know. 3 seconds is an eternity. Okay, I don't think I ever stand still in the game for 3 seconds. Yeah, it's absolutely bad. I don't think I ever stand still for 3 seconds. I don't like anything that makes you stand still, in my opinion. I don't know of any player. Especially when you start to reach higher tier content where literally standing still can kill your character. So I don't know. I don't think they quite understand why this is bad. Just like they don't understand why this is bad, and they don't necessarily need to buff it. They just need to change the way it actually is applied to like bosses, or give it a unique way to apply to bosses. Mobility is the key to success in Diablo 4 and in many action RPGs. Anytime you have to stand still, I honestly don't think this is worth it. And it's almost like a nerf here too, because you get up to 40% here, but now you're only getting up to 30%. And no one really used this before, to my knowledge. So pretty bad change here to Intercom. And again, no one's going to use this aspect at all. At least I don't think so. Crowded Sage. Previous, you heal for 0 to 181 life per second for each close enemy, up to 4 to 605 life per second. Now you have an 8% increased dodge chance. So seems like they're trying to make dodge chance better, more viable. We have dodge chance here. We're getting 8% dodge chance here from this aspect. And these are two different types of aspects. So notice we have, what is this, a utility? I forget what this is, utility or something like that, and this is defensive. So you have two 8% dodge chance increases, and then it says successful dodges restore 5 to 20% of your maximum life. So a pretty nice change here. I think this is really good. I think this definitely might be something some builds actually utilize on their setups, because if you stack out a ton of dodge chance, and then not just are you getting that massive damage reduction, you take 0 damage when you dodge an attack, you're also getting maximum life. You get 5 to 20% of your maximum life returned to you guys. That's pretty massive. Just think about getting like a greater affix roll on a dodge chance on your boots or your amulet. So now you're having massive amounts of dodge chance, and it does have diminishing returns, but you get a ton of dodge chance on your boots, you get a ton of dodge chance on your amulet. Now you're also getting flat dodge chance from your a defensive aspect, and you're getting dodge chance from, I believe this is utility or something like that. It's either I don't know if this is utility, but you're getting more dodge chance here, and then you're also getting a huge, like maximum life, 5 to 20%. It seems like a really cool way to build up tankiness on your character that doesn't necessarily require you to add armor or resistances. So I think that's actually pretty good. It would all depend on what you're doing with your build, though. Bold Chieftains, now usable by both Barbarians and Druid. What does this do? Whenever you cast a shout skill, its cooldown is reduced by 1 second to 1.9 seconds per nearby enemy. So I'm assuming this is going to apply to skills like Debilitating Roar and Howl, things like that. And if that's the case, that's actually pretty good, because you're talking about having Debilitating Roar up 100% of the time without the requirement of having something like the Zenith Ring, right? So you could potentially just constantly cool down your Debilitating Roar just by using this specific aspect and have that big 70% damage reduction all the time. So depending on what your build is, it seems like it could be pretty useful. Needle Flare now also applies thorns to Necromancer minions. That sounds okay. Well, let's see. Actually, let me look back at... Oh, okay. So it says 6 seconds, so maybe not as good as I thought it was. But it could be pretty decent. I don't know. Miscellaneous. Necromancer, Barbarian, Druid, and Sorcerer companions. We know this. So all of our companions are now getting 100% of our player attributes. So companions seem like they're going to be pretty good into Season 4. I think this is a great change. I would rather companions be incredibly overpowered than be where they're at right now, because where they're at right now is they're absolutely atrocious. Now, one of the things I think is more important than just necessarily boosting their overall damage and survivability is that just the way the companions actually interact. So one of the worst affixes in the game currently is like companion movement speed. And if you've watched my channel whatsoever, you know how I feel about companion movement speed. I absolutely hate a affix roll like that, because I feel like companions should just automatically keep up with your character no matter how fast you're going. So I would actually prefer them to fundamentally change the way how companions interact with the player character, and then also give us a damage boost. I would imagine that if this is probably going to be pretty overpowered, so you're probably going to see a lot of companion builds into Season 4. I would imagine Necromancer companion builds are going to be absurdly overpowered. I mean, just imagine giving all of the companions you have 100% of your attributes. That includes crit chance and attack speed. You're probably going to have some pretty strong Necromancer companion builds. Not so much for Druids, because the only thing this is really going to make a big deal about is our Wolves. Maybe Ravens, but I don't necessarily think Poison Creeper is going to get too much of a benefit from this. I could be entirely wrong, though, so I'm not going to give a hard opinion on that. But Necromancer companions are probably going to be insanely powerful. I mean, insanely powerful. Applicable shout skills for Druid and Barbarian are now tagged as shouts. So again, going back to this aspect change, now probably Debilitating Roar, Howl, things like that are going to be now characterized as shouts or tagged as shouts. New chain tag for abilities like Chain Lightning and Rabies. And then new mobility tag for abilities that move and or teleport players, such as Caltrops or Teleport. Now, this is important because they're adding a lot of new affixes to the game, and obviously those affixes can affect mobility skills, so this is important because of that. And then more skills are now tagged as core skills, such as Sorcerer Mastery skills and other skills which use resources like Bone Spirit. No, I would imagine Trample is going to be mobility. Hey, what's up, Harry? Yeah, I would imagine Trample is definitely going to be labeled as a mobility skill. This is not giving you every single skill that's going to be labeled. They're just kind of giving you an example. Yeah, I definitely feel like they're tagging Trample as mobility. Trust me. I would be shocked if they didn't. Not too shocked, but a little shocked. Additionally, various aspects have been updated to account for these changes. And there you go, right there. Various aspects as well. So they're going across the board, and I think this is really important, and something I hope that they actually do with the companion skills in Druid. I hope they add more skill tags to the companion skills in Druid, because one of the biggest problems with the companions is that they were only labeled as companion skills, which meant that they didn't necessarily get a good sizable damage buff from some of your other damage pools that you would invest into on your character. So this might be a really valuable change to a lot of, well, it probably will be a really valuable change there. So let's go ahead and close that tooltip and go into the Barbarian. Now, I will preface this by saying I don't know anything about Barbarian. So for you Barbarian players out there, I'm going to read through it and kind of give you a very surface level understanding of what I think this might do. But I have heard that they have made some pretty harsh nerfs to Barbarian. So Barbarians are now losing their 10% damage reduction. That's probably pretty big. You may not notice it at first, but in the end, like later on in the game, you might actually notice this 10% damage reduction. Legendary powers that require Call the Ancients will be equipped, no longer have that requirement. Oh, that's pretty cool. So now you can just have it, I guess. Charge damage reduced from 250% to 180%. Not that bad. I mean, it's a decent nerf there. You have 70% damage nerf, but it's still not too crazy. Power charge. Cooldown reduction per target hit reduced from 3 to 2 seconds. Cooldown reduction from hitting a boss reduced from 6 to 4 seconds. Maximum cooldown reduction reduced from 9 to 6 seconds. None of this should have happened. Like I said, I don't play Barbarian, but none of that should have happened. There's no reason. So I would have rather them nerf the damage. Like the damage nerf, cool. The cooldown nerf, a lot of Barbarians enjoyed having that ability to spam out charge. And I think that's not necessary. So I hope that they probably come back sooner rather than later and reverse this change. I don't play Barbarian. It doesn't affect me, but I can imagine this is removing fun, right? They don't want to remove fun. They didn't want to remove fun. They just removed fun. I don't mind the damage nerf, but the cooldown nerf, I feel like that was the fun part of charge, being able to spam it as much as possible. So definitely don't think this was necessary. Damage, yes. Cooldown, in my opinion, no. Furious Hammer of the Ancients. Previous Hammer of the Ancients deals 1% multiplier increased damage for each point of fury you had when using it. And then now Hammer of the Ancients gains 2% plus, so additive. So they're changing it from multiplicative now to additive. Increased critical strike chance for every 10 fury you had when using it. So you're no longer getting a multiplicative damage buff. Instead, you're getting an additive crit buff. So you're going to crit with Hammer of the Ancients, but man, that is a massive nerf. That's a huge nerf. That's a pretty massive nerf. So pretty big hit to Hammer of the Ancients. I like they're giving you crit chance. I like that you're going to have that opportunity to have a big, massive crit on Hammer of the Ancients. This just means you're probably going to have to make the build a bit differently. So you're probably going to want to scale critical hit damage for Hammer of the Ancients instead of like flat damage or like increase your fury. But I don't know. That's pretty massive. It needed a nerf. I just don't know how this is going to pan out for Barbs. Violent Rend. Rend's damage against vulnerable enemies increase from 12% multiplicative to 25% multiplier now. Pretty big increase there. Seems like they're just shifting what the meta build for Barbarian is going to be. Rupture. The initial damage dealt from Rupture is now guaranteed to overpower. Okay, so pretty good combination there. You're probably going to get... They got to be careful here because what they're doing, what they could potentially do here is shift the one-shot mechanic away from Hammer of the Ancients into something like this, where you're just stacking a bleed up and then using Rupture and blowing a target up with a massive overpower. So got to be a little careful there. Call of the Ancients. Corlic Leap damage increase from 104% to 156. Frenzy damage increase from 39 to 59. Talic Whirlwind damage increased from 65 to 98, and Maldawak, or however you pronounce his name, Madok, Upheaval damage increased from 195 to 293. Pretty massive increase for Call of the Ancients, as well as Rend and Rupture. And then Kick range damage increased from 2.2 meters to 3 meters. Additional damage when enemy is knocked into a wall increased from 70 to 105%. Now, typically, like I said, I like things that give the player an opportunity to use skill, but a lot of these skills that require you to knock an enemy into a wall can feel a bit clunky and almost be completely useless, especially when you're talking about using them in open environments. So I don't really care for this too much. They should have added something different here. Power Kick, damage per 10 fury consumed increased from 20 to 25%. Passives. Unbridled Rage. Bonus damage reduced from 135x to 100% multiplicative damage. So that's not too bad. I mean, I think it was necessary. Especially because now they're how easy it was for Barbarians to maintain Fury. Also, they're adding Fury generation to the game, so we'll see what happens. Weapon Expertise, Polearm Expertise, Lucky Hit Chance increased from 10x to 15x. Damage while healthy increased from 10% additive to 15% multiplicative. That's really good. 15% multiplier, really good. And then Two-Hand Mace Expertise. What's wrong, buddy? Hold on, guys. Give me just a second. I know. Mommy's going to be back in just a second. It's okay. He just got home from... Okay. Give me just a second. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. How was your day? Sorry, guys. He just got back from his therapy, so he's a bit... He's tired, and he gets upset when he gets just dropped off. Okay. He doesn't like these changes. I don't think so. It's okay. Go play. All right. Out of the, crisis averted. Crisis averted. Okay. Two-hand mace expertise, fury gain increased from 2 to 5. Previous, you deal 15% multiplier, increased critical strike damage to stunned or vulnerable enemies while berserking. Now you deal 15% multiplicative increased critical strike damage while berserking. That's good. They just removed stunned and vulnerable enemies. Now you just get it. That's really good. And then two-hand axe expertise, vulnerable damage reduced from 15x to 10%x. And one-hand axe in expertise, critical strike chance against injured enemies increased from 5% additive to 10%. They just need to injured enemies, guys. Come on now, just take it out. It doesn't make any sense. I'm getting to the bear. I'm getting to the druid, Kenny. I'm getting to the druid. And then Paragon board, martial glyph, cooldown reduction reduced from 4 to 2 seconds. Blood Rage legendary node, damage increased by berserking bonus, reduced from 25 to 10%. And caps at 30% multiplicative damage bonus. Crusher glyph, additional bonus, overpowered damage reduced from 30% multiplier to a 20% multiplier. Dominate bonus. This is just a lot of nerfs, man. Dominate glyph bonus overpowered damage per 5 willpower reduced from 39.9% to 14.9% at glyph level 21. Additional bonus previous after not overpowering for 30 seconds. Your next attack will overpower. Now every 30 seconds your next attack will overpower. Okay. A little bit simplification there. Additional bonus, fury gained on enemy kill increases from 3 to 5. Legendary aspects, sundered ground. Description reworded for clarity. No functional change. Previous, every 25 seconds upheaval is guaranteed to overpower and deals 10 to 25% multiplicative increased damage. This timer is reduced by 4 seconds when upheaval overpowers a boss or an elite enemy. Now, every 25 seconds, your next upheaval cast is guaranteed to overpower and deal 10 to 25% multiplicative damage. This timer is reduced by 4 seconds when upheaval overpowers a boss or an elite enemy. It sounded pretty simple for either description, so I don't really think that. I don't know. And then Earth Striker, bonus overpowered damage reduced from 35 to 50%, and it's now going to be 15 to 30%. Man, they just really went crazy here. They went into the barbarian and just started swinging the nerf bat all over the place. Relentless Arms Master, Fury Generation. While all 3 Walking Arsenal bonuses are active, increase from 20 to 35 to 35 to 65%. Previously, Dust Devils would have varying durations, speeds, and movement patterns based on which legendary aspects created them. Now they all behave consistently regardless of which aspect they are from. So that sounds pretty good. Again, it just seems like they're shifting a lot of the overall, I guess, meta from like Hammer of the Ancients to something like, using rend and puncture. Let me see. Halo. Hi, you. Let's see. Then Wind Lasher. Previous casting double swing twice within 1.5 seconds creates a Dust Devil that deals 0.22 to 0.32 damage to enemies behind the target. Now, casting double swing creates a Dust Devil that deals 0.35 to 0.5 damage to enemies in its path. Triple the amount of Dust Devils created if double swing is cast twice within 2 seconds. This is something we've seen in the previous campfire chat, so pretty cool that they're giving you more ways to cast Dust Devils. What's up, big man? Boy. And then Devilish, previous after generating 100 Fury, your next attack that deals direct damage creates a Dust Devil. Okay. You want to see? Sorry. Mi amigo is here as well. This is Denzel, if you see him. DJ. Hello, babe. You want to take DJ? Here he is. He's listening to me talking. I think he's like, "Are you talking to me, bro?" Let me see. What'd you say here? Werebear does need some love. It's always werewolf skills and that get buffs. You know, honestly, I agree, man. Yeah, he's a calm baby. I love him. He's super calm until he's hungry or he want. Now I know this is every baby. I get it. This is every baby across the board. All babies get fussy when they're hungry. But let me tell you something. When that kid is hungry, the blood curdling scream that comes out of him, like with my first son, it's like you could tell the difference between his cries, right? If he hurt himself, there'd be a different cry. If he was hungry, there was a different cry. I know this is a patch stream. I'm sorry, guys. Forgive me. If there was something he needed different, that would be a different cry for it. With DJ, my littlest one, every cry is like the most desperate sounding, blood curdling cry you've ever heard in your entire life. It's crazy. All right, let me get back to this. Devilish. So previous after generating 100 fury, your next attack that deals direct damage creates a dust devil. Tons of dust devils, guys. So barbarian is going to get lots of bleed stuff in dust devils like crazy. Uh, Now after generating 100 fury, your next direct damage creates 3 dust devils, and it damages enemies in their path. Dust Devils, Dust Devils, Dust Devils, Dust Devils. Previous Whirlwind now leaves behind Dust Devils. We know this one. And then now Whirlwind leaves behind Dust Devils and deal the same deal damage to enemies in their path. 1 Dust Devil every 0.75 seconds. That's actually really cool. They basically cut it in half. So double. Hold on. Double the Dust Devils. Say that 10 times fast. A wolf modifier to channeling stat. I'm gonna look at it. I'm getting to it, Kitty. Yeah, exactly. You got it. You got it. I already got my barbarian and my druid here, so I think I'm good to go. Maybe I need like a sork, I think, to complete the party. I would say a rogue, but I think a sorceress would be nice. But if I get a rogue, I'll be happy. Definitely don't want a necromancer though. I don't want a necromancer. Let's see. Veterans Brawler now increases the damage from charge, leap, and kick. The timer on the buff has been removed. That's pretty cool. Giant Stride. Previous reduces cooldown of leap by seconds per hit, up to a maximum of 9 seconds. Now it reduces the cooldown of leap by 2.5 to 5 seconds per enemy hit, up to a maximum of 9 seconds. Hitting the boss with leap provides the maximum cooldown reduction. Oh, this stuff, guys. Rogues can't be trusted. Well, listen, I would definitely rather have a rogue than a necromancer. I'll accept that I can't. I mean, we can build on that trust. I feel like I could, use my intuition. But necromancers, bro, oof, that one sounds kind of crazy. I don't know if I want to deal with that. So I love stuff like this, and I think this is what needs to happen with a lot of different things, including crowd control effects. So, like I said, I love the fact that, and I'm not trying to bring up Last Epoch. God knows that horse has been beaten 1,000 times. But in Last Epoch, your crowd control effects can actually affect bosses, and things like this are important. Hitting a boss with leap provides the maximum cooldown reduction. That makes it where this specific ability is applicable across the board in all content. And when they have that specific, when they add that specific bit of, context there to an ability, something that makes it where it's useful across all the different content, it makes it good. It makes it viable. It creates the opportunity to create a build around it. And when they don't have that, it makes things absolutely useless. So I would love for them to do this more often. Give us more opportunity to apply things to bosses, because if we can't, it's not going to be useful. Like Pit, there's a boss at the end. Level 200 bosses are a big part of Season 4. That's going to be a huge part of the in-game content. It really starts to create a lot less build viability when you're talking about reaching that higher tier content. So I love that they added this to Leap. So it's probably going to be something you can use across the board. And then Anemia, previous Lucky Hit, direct damage against bleeding enemies has a 15 to 30% chance to stun for 2 seconds. Now, Lucky Hit, damaging, bleeding, or vulnerable enemies has a 15 to 30% chance to stun them for 2 seconds. Again, going back to it, that's just missing the fundamental reason why probably a lot of people don't use this. It stuns. What do stuns not do? Affect bosses. Of vocalized empowerment, previously echoing fury, now equipable by both barbarians and druids. Previous, your shouts generate 2 to 4 fury every per second while active. Now your shout skills generate 5 to 10 primary resource per second while active. Okay, I don't think that's like massive there. Previous, so rage of the Harrogat, I don't know, whatever that is. Previous Lucky Hit up to 20 to 40% chance to reduce cooldown for your non-ultimate skills by 1.5 seconds when you inflict bleed on enemies. Now Lucky Hit inflicting bleed on an enemy has up to a 20 to 40% chance to reduce the cooldown of your skills by 1 second. Okay. Azarath, damage dealt when freezing enemies increase from 2 to 3 from 3 to 4.5. Can now trigger from non-core skills, and then Fields of Crimson Blood Pool now makes enemies take increased damage from all damage types. Like I said, I don't play Barbarian, but overall I would say that it does seem like they're shifting what you're going to be using for this season, so I would imagine if this isn't the case, I don't know this for a fact, obviously, but I would imagine you're going to see a lot of people using like Rend and Rupture builds. Call of the Ancients sounds pretty good. Arsenal sounds pretty good. I like the changes they made to the pole arm for barbarians. Overall, a lot of nerfs. Tons of Dust Devils, though. So you'll probably see a lot more Double Swing. Maybe some Whirlwind Dust Devil builds coming out for Season 4. I think it shakes up the meta for Barbarian. However, I do feel like one of the coolest builds this season. I don't feel like I'm fine with the damage nerfs, but the cooldown nerfs, I don't think needed to happen. I think that just takes away fun from that build. So we'll see what happens. Like I said, I don't play Barb. So on to what I do play, the Druid. And let's go off with the Spirit Boon. So cooldown reset chance increase from, on Pack Leader, cooldown reset chance increase from 20 to 25%. Now, this is something I stated previously. I felt like Pack Leader needed a buff. I don't think this is a sizable enough buff to make it feel like there's a difference. I think it had to be like 30 to 40% instead of just 25%, but I'll take it. Energized Spirit Restoration increase from 10 to 20. I don't think that's going to make this any more useful. I think they would have to basically remove the Lucky Hit aspect of it and potentially turn it to like on crit chance or something like that. Something where it's more reliable for spirit generation, because as it currently stands, I don't really find it that useful. And then Masochistic critical strike healing increase from 3 to 5%. Yeah, that's what these look like to me. So Masochistic critical strike healing increased from 3 to 5%. Now the problem with Masochistic is that they initially, when they released the game, every critical strike had a chance to heal you for 3% of your max life, which meant that Masochistic had a really useful. It was really useful in terms of keeping your character alive, because you could always get you could generate a lot of critical hits and keep that 3% life healing, that 3% healing coming in pretty consistently. But when they nerfed it, they gave it a Lucky Hit chance, and on critical hit, you now have a 75% chance to restore life. And to me, I would have rather them revert the nerf and leave it at 3%, because I don't think this is actually going to change it too much. 5% is knife. 5% is nicer than 3%, but overall, I think they just needed to revert the nerf and just allow your critical strikes to heal you. A lot of this lucky hit nonsense is what is causing a lot of these boons to be completely useless or have a hard time being viable in the meta. So what you end up with is people shifting away from lucky hit builds and going to anything that has more reliable damage or more reliable survivability. And I think this is not going to impact our boons to any certain degree. Definitely not like Avian Wrath did. When they changed Avian Wrath from an additive 30% critical strike damage to a multiplier, that was a huge change and definitely fundamentally changed the way we scale our crit damage for our builds and how we actually build out our character. This stuff, not really doing much for me. Let's see. Claw, another damage increase. So we're getting another damage increase and then 0.25 to 0.28. So pretty big increase to Claw. And then a 5% increase attack speed to enhance Claw. So pretty big buff to Claw, especially when you consider the fact that we're now going to be getting basic affix, basic skill affix rolls, like basic skill ranks on our gear pieces. So there is a potential with all of the damage changes they've made to basic skills into Season 4 that you're going to be able to create a very potent basic skill build. But again, that would all depend on how well they balance the game, because, you know, a lot of the problem is if you have to get into the thick of things with a basic skill build, if you're taking massive damage at higher tiers of the pit, you're probably going to opt out for something that doesn't require you to put your character in such a compromising position. Let's see, Maul, damage increased again, and then Fortify increase, stun duration increase. Yeah, bosses are supposed to be tougher, and you have tier 200 bosses. And then Fortify increase, and then the stun increase for Maul. So this is, again, a big miss for me for Maul. I like the damage increase, but Maul, there's so many ways to give yourself Fortify. I feel like they need to just create a set of passives that increase the damage for Maul. It just doesn't make any sense. You're not looking for your basic skill to make you tankier. You want your basic skill to do something different. So I think they should have definitely just... I feel like at the end of the day, they just need to basically rework Maul. It needs to have, much like the werewolf skill here has attack speed, this just needs more damage, right? So usually the trade-off between werewolf and werebear is like werewolf has attack speed and movement speed, werebear has damage reduction and overall damage. If they did the same thing with Maul, where instead of attack speed, you get damage increase from your passives, it'd probably make it a lot better. And then again, stun does not affect bosses. All it does is boost up their stagger meter, and most of the time you've killed the boss before you even stagger it, so I don't think this is really that useful. Shred, damage increased by 10%. I think Shred needed a damage increase. And then Enhanced Shred, healing increase from 2 to 4%. Nothing too big here, but it is nice to have a little bit more damage on Shred, especially because it's so target focused. And then Debilitating Roar, now categorized as a shout skill, so there's your answer to that. Hold on, let me read what you guys are saying. Or Kenny, what they should have done is just put Maul into the Crone Staff. Like said, like Crone Staff not just affects, like if you use Claw or if you use Maul, you now cast Storm Strike. Instead of just, and it gives ranks to, and it could give ranks to both Claw and Maul, or it could just give ranks to basic skills. Yeah, rare items are useless, Harry. Yeah, if they just took Crone Staff and they said, okay, it's going to affect Claw or Maul, and then on top of that, they said instead of ranks to Claw, we're just going to give basic skill ranks, so that way all of your basic skills would then be, you know, amped up by using a Crone Staff. Not only would you get a better Storm Strike, you get better Claw, you'd have a better Maul, and if you did choose to use like Nature's Fury and use like Earth Spike, you'd also have a better Earth Spike. So I don't think they need to create an entirely new weapon. I just think they need to probably rework the way Kronstaff actually functions with Maul. And then instead of giving Maul a lot of this, stun nonsense or fortify, this should be like increased damage. Like enhanced claws increased attack speed, Maul should be increased damage. So that's what I feel, in my opinion, would help Maul be more viable in terms of a basic skill build. Let's see. Wolves now gain Unstoppable when skill is cast. That's fine. I mean, it's fine, but that's the only change they made. Not really too happy with that. It's not the only change they made. We have to contextualize this. They also made a massive change as to how companions function as a whole. They scale off 100% of the player attributes. However, given the fact that this is the only companion that the Druid has that can, provide some kind of indirect tankiness by, aggroing a monster, it would be nice if they had maybe gave us more wolves. I feel like we need more wolves, like 5 wolves instead of 3 wolves at maximum, with all the different aspects you can add. So I hope at some point in time in the future, they just give us more wolves instead of stuff like this. Petrify, Prime Petrify, previous effect duration increased by 1 second. Now Petrify grants 50 spirit when cast, and its effect durations are also increased by 1 second. That's pretty cool. More spirit after casting Petrify. I don't think Petrify actually needed a buff. I think it was actually pretty good. People still pretty much use Petrify all the time. Supreme Petrify, previous killing an enemy affected by Petrify grants 25 spirit. Now killing an enemy affected by Petrify reduces its cooldown by 1 second. Hitting a boss with Petrify reduces its cooldown by 10 seconds. Wow. I mean, Petrify was already probably overall the most useful ultimate that we had. Now it's going to be the only ultimate that probably not the only ultimate, but I mean, I don't know why you would use anything else. You're going to get a 10-second cooldown by hitting a boss. You're getting spirit generation off of the first passive point. I mean, that's pretty massive. And you're getting cooldown after killing enemies when you cast your... I mean, this is pretty sizable. That's a huge buff for Petrify, and you're just going to be petrifying enemies. Wow. Okay, so Petrify was probably the best overall ultimate before these buffs. Now it's going to be even better than that. That's pretty insane. Exactly. Like anything other than Petrify, I don't even know why you would use anything other than Petrify. Unless you're doing like an ultimate build with like a Dire Bear or Dire Wolf. Like what else is there now? Like Cataclysm still is terrible. So I don't know. This is pretty massive. Pretty massive there. Lacerate, damage increased by 22%. Prime Lacerate, previous Lacerate heals you for max life, doubled on crit strike. Now Lacerate heals you for 3%, doubled on crit strike. First critical strike is guaranteed. Okay, deals 150% increased damage, great. Supreme Lacerate, previous Lacerate, initial strike is guaranteed to critically strike and deals 150% increased damage. Now, whenever Lacerate critically strikes, your shapeshifting skills deal 4% increased damage for 10 seconds, up to 40%. That's pretty. That was one of the more interesting aspects that I've seen for the change to Lacerate. I think there is an opportunity to make some form of a Lacerate build that doesn't directly deal damage, but just boosts all of your other damage. And if you can get it to reset constantly with like a pair of Flicker Step boots, you could see some really cool things happen with Lacerate. But as an ultimate, the damage that it applies, I don't necessarily know if you're going to have just a pure Lacerate build. But this sounds pretty good. For 10 seconds, up to 40%. And that's definitely going to be a multiplier. So, yeah, I think you could see some builds there that could utilize that but definitely not going to change how I would use Lacerate in terms of like dealing damage. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, definitely a pull utility build. I usually that's kind of what I made with my basic attacks. With my basic attack build, my Stormclaw build this season. It's like it could solo everything, but the best part about it was like a pull utility for like group play. It's just there really isn't a necessity to have group play, but with the pit scaling to like hundreds of tiers, I think there'll be more like more party mechanics involved now. You're going to have to get into a party for pushing higher tiers, and I think you're going to see utility builds come in to the game and actually be very impactful. So let's check out the passives. Call of the Wild, damage increase from 10 to 12%, no big deal. Quick Shift, previous when shapeshifting skill transforms you into a different form, it deals 7% increased damage. Now, when shapeshifting into a new animal form, you deal 1% increased damage for 3 seconds, up to 6%. Okay. Okay. Did I just read that right? When shapeshifting into a new animal form, so werebear to werewolf, no longer werewolf to human or werebear to human, you deal 1% increased damage for 3 seconds, up to 6%. That's a huge nerf, which is really weird because they just buffed it. With this last patch, they just buffed it. And then they nerf it? And it's called Quick Shift? So, okay. So it's called Quick Shift. But I have to stay in Werewolf or Werebear for 3 seconds to get up to a 6% increase in my damage? What? They just buffed it. They just buffed the damage on it, and then this is a massive nerf. This is a massive nerf. This makes it absolutely useless. That's what? Like, why would you do that? Can I like the person who like balances the druid? Can I like just get in there and just why would you do this? Why? It was fun. I was having a good time playing these quick shift builds. Like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Okay, well, quick shift is useless, guys. At least that's how it reads. I'm going to hold out my opinion. I'm going to hold out my opinion, but that sounds really bad. That sounds really bad. Heightened senses. Upon shapeshifting in... Oh, I don't even want to read this. Upon shapeshifting into a werebear or werewolf, gain 4% damage reduction against elites for 4 seconds. When shapeshifting into an animal form, werebear grants 2% damage reduction, and werewolf grants 2% movement speed each for 6 seconds. Bonuses are doubled when both are active. So again, pretty massive nerf there. So I assume this is going to go up 2% for each skill point, right? So you're going to get 6% increase damage reduction, and you're going to have 6% increased movement speed for 6 seconds. And then the bonuses are going to be doubled when you have both active. So it's going to give you the opportunity to shapeshift back and forth between werewolf and werebear. But it no longer is affected by human form, which is massive. Like, that's pretty big. And the damage reduction was really nice. But now you're going to have to you're going to jump through hoops to get that 12%. And yeah, you get a little more movement speed, but with the affix changes, with greater affix rolls and all of the new things coming to the game, I don't think you're going to need this movement speed, and it's only 12%. I would have rather them just leave it like it was. I liked the damage reduction was pretty nice, and you just got that 12%. You shapeshift from human to werebear, from human to werewolf, and vice versa. You got that damage reduction. Now you're gonna have to. I don't like this. This is really bad. All of this is really bad. This is. I will probably not even use this. I'm gonna like hold out my like strong opinion on this, but I probably won't even use this at all. And the fact that you have to be the biggest part is that you're requiring you to be in the in that specific werewolf or werebear form for 3 seconds for quick shift. All this is pretty bad. I would rather them change it back or just add movement speed. Like they could have just added movement speed to this passive. They didn't have to change it. It wasn't okay. Moving on. Quick shift terrible. Previous. Gain 2 spirit when transforming into human form. Now, after casting a companion skill, your next core or wrath skill damage and critical strike chance are increased by 5 up to 15%. I kind of wonder, is there something that they're going to add there for like companions and wrath skills? I don't know. Because I don't know. I don't know. I don't necessarily know if this is going to change anything. What wrath skill would you use? Like, what wrath skill would you use that would be of like great benefit for this? I can't think of off the top of my head. I can't think of anything that would be, unless this would affect trample slide. Maybe trample slide is the. I can't think of anything other than trample slide, Kenny. Like rabies. Critical strike, really? Like, trample slide is the only thing I could think this would be really useful for. Like, you cast a companion skill and then you do a trample, and then you cast a companion skill, you do a trample. It seems clunky, though. Like, it seems super clunky. Like, just casting your companion skills feels a little bit weird sometimes, but I don't know. No, I mean you're correct. I mean rabies is a wrath skill. I just don't know how much it would benefit from crit strike chance. After casting companion skill, your next core or wrath skill damage and critical strike chance are increased by 5% up to 15%. So yeah, I mean, I think for trample slide builds, this might actually be pretty good. Like thinking about how it would function, I think for trample slide builds, this would be pretty decent as long as the aspect actually got the bonus from this, and I don't know why it wouldn't. So I think this might be really good for trample slide builds. However, it might feel a bit clunky at first. So it's like you're gonna have to cast ravens, and then you trample. You'll have to cast wolves and then trample. You'll have to cast poison creeper and then trample. Poison creeper maybe not so much. You might actually want to do that. You like the poison creeper is pretty good, but the other two might feel a little bit weird. But I do see where this could be potentially something that might be really good for your character for builds like that. And then Digigrade Gate, movement speed increase from 3 to 4%. I like this. I'm happy that they increased the movement speed. However, they just need to make this movement speed buff across the board for the Druid, not necessarily just applying to the werewolf form, because, like I said, Barbarian has a very similar passive that gives you 12% movement speed across the board, whether you're berserking or not. So that's probably what I would do with this. And then Changeling's Debt, previous damage. Again, this is another one they buffed, and now they're changing it immediately. So previous, damaging a poison enemy with werebear skill will instantly deal 120 to 124% of the poisoning damage and consume the poisoning. Now you deal 25 to 40% increased damage while hitting a poison enemy as a werebear or a crowd control enemy as a werewolf. Now that's what you were speaking about. That's actually not. I mean, that's not good at all. Well, I the problem is, guys, with stuff like this is that no, it's going to be multiplicative. Absolutely going to be multiplicative. Just always just apply multiplicative unless it tells you otherwise to things like this. My problem is that there are other aspects that give you similar that gives you similar amounts of damage, and you don't have to go through hoops to get it, right? It's like you deal 25 to 40% increased damage while hitting a poisoned enemy as a werebear, which is actually not too bad, right? You get a multiplier there. This is actually not bad. I think it's better than this. This is actually really good for werebear, I think. But then crowd control enemy as a werewolf. Now, what have I said previously multiple times throughout this stream? Crowd control enemy does not apply to a boss. So, unless you stagger the boss, which is probably a fraction of the amount of time you're going to spend in a boss fight, could very well change with level 200 bosses. I'm willing to accept that could very well change. Maybe getting stagger on a boss is going to be one of the biggest things for doing tier 200 bosses or level 200 bosses. But with my current understanding of the game, crowd control enemies, this makes this useless for a werewolf. No one's building a, trash mob build for werewolf anyway. So I don't really think this is valuable. But this aspect for the bear, I think this is a buff. So now all you have to do is poison the enemy, and you get a big buff here to your damage, to your werebear. And I think that's pretty good. So you got to think about it like this. Before, all you would do is do extra damage based on the amount of poison that's on the enemy. Now you're actually going to have a 40% multiplier with your werebear skills on a poisoned enemy, which is not too hard to do, right? You can poison enemies pretty easily. Now, honestly, in my opinion, I wish they would add toxic claws to werebear. I wish toxic claws would be able to be applied by werebear skills as well. And I think that would go a long way in making werebear much better in terms of the overall meta if toxic claws affect werebear. Yeah, but you're going to have to get Andariel's Visage to do, and I hope they buff Andariel's. It doesn't look like they're going to, but I wish more or less that they would apply toxic claws to werebear. Yeah, I don't think this is going to. Yeah, Kenny, I don't think this is going to like shift the overall meta of werebear. I think it's nice. I think it gives you an option for some multiplicative damage towards poison enemies. However, I think there are just some fundamental things they could change about werebear, namely just adding toxic claws to werebear. I think would really kind of push this kind of situation into being viable. That need to happen. Like things with Maul need to change. Otherwise, all we're going to get every single season for werebear specific builds, and I don't mean like shape-shifting builds that you can move into werebear like trample slide. I mean just like specific werebear builds. There just needs to be some changes overall as to how werebear actually functions. And I think one of the best would be like applying toxic claws to werebear. Or else we're just going to pulverize every season. Werebear is going to strictly pulverize and only ever pulverize every single season until the end of the game. Let's see. Unsatiated. Previous after killing an enemy with Shred, your next werewolf skill generates 25 to 30% more spirit and deals 25 to 32% increased damage. Now, after killing an enemy with Shred, you gain 20 spirit. Your werewolf skills deal 10 to 25% increased damage when you cast above 50 spirit. Again, this is... the problem is you have to kill an enemy. And when you have to kill an enemy, it means it doesn't apply to the boss. So, probably going to go unused again for this season. Blurred Beast, damage increase from 25 to 32% to 25 to 35%. I don't know if this is going to make this any more usable. I think the way they changed it, I mean, I think the way they changed it is too harsh of a nerf, but I don't know. I don't think it's going to make it any more usable than what it currently is. Night Howlers, Blood Howl gave you the crit bonus, and it also affected nearby allies. Instead, now it's a shout skill and increases critical strike chance 5 to 10%. So basically the same thing. Also affects. So this they didn't really change anything, did they? This is the same thing. They just made it a shout skill. No, Helltides actually look like they're going to be a lot better, Harry. Helltides actually look like they're going to be much better. They're adding... So you now have a basically a wanted meter on your Helltide, which is going to cause things to spawn and attack you until you get like a specific enemy type that spawns, and then you kill that. But the biggest change is this, in my opinion, is going to be a public event. You basically open your chest, you get this... specific items, you can then summon a big boss for everyone to come and kill. I think that's really nice. So Helltides seem like they're going to be a lot better. And you can get into Helltides at World Tier 1 and Tier 2. So I think they're going to be much better. Let's see. So nothing really different with Night Howlers. Hey, what's up, Sky? Yeah. Well, it applied to groups before. Also affects nearby companions and enemy and players. Bloodhound also affects companions and players. So it applied to groups before. It seems like all this is saying that they just changed the classification of the skill. So now it's going to be a shout skill. Yeah, that's all they changed there. Raw Might. Now all shape-shifting skills contribute to the buff stacks. Damage increase from 35 to 50%, now to 40 to 55%. Stun duration increase from 2 to 3 seconds. So... when you hit 15 enemies, so pretty much not useful. Anytime you're talking about hitting 15 enemies before you can apply this buff, still not really useful. I don't think anybody's going to run that. Shepherds, now wrath skills also gain increased damage from companions. Pretty nice. So Shepherds is still going to be the way to go for this season. It's just too good to pass up. So I don't think there's going to be much of a shakeup in terms of build, the build meta for Druid. It still seems like you're going to be making Shepherds builds so you can get that big core skill damage buff. And now there's going to be increased damage to your Wrath. So maybe you could, again, now it's possible that it's going... Here's what I will say. I will say about this. Yeah, I know. Shepherds needed a buff. Yeah, I think it would help out Bear a ton, too. I think that would be kind of add that extra there to Werebear, but, you know, you'd have to think a little bit deeper, and I don't think they're there yet with the Druid. Like I said, I don't know who does the balancing for Druid. I don't know who's in control of this, but they don't seem to know what the class actually needs, and it's just kind of weird. They always end up putting out these strange patches. So I will say this, guys, be on the lookout. So this is now, Shepherds is now going to affect Wrath skills. So here's the question. Are they going to make sure that they code this correctly? Because there's a chance that not only are you going to affect the damage from Landslide, right? But there's a chance that you might actually double dip, if they didn't code it correctly, on Trample, right? So now Trample Slide is going to be affected by your core, by Shepherd's aspect. It's going to increase the damage of Landslide, but then also there's a chance that this is also going to then further increase the damage of that skill by, you know, a sizable amount. So I'm just kind of curious. I'll definitely see. I definitely want to test it out now. I want to see how powerful Trample Slide could possibly be. It sounds like it's going to be pretty strong. It's like, especially when you take some of the passes with Trample into consideration. So this might be pretty interesting. This might be actually pretty interesting. I don't think Shepherds needed this, but it is what it is. Mangled. Previous, when you are struck as a werebear, you have a 25 to 40% chance to gain 3 spirit. Now, while in werebear form, you gain 10 to 25 spirit every 8 seconds. That's really good. That's really good. I don't know if it was required, but I like that. Yeah, I really dislike the pet meta, bro. I I actually hate it. And I'll tell you why I hate it. Because it makes it where you have to pollute your skill bar. Remember, we only have six skills? You absolutely have to pollute your skill bar with all 3 companion skills. And for me, that's boring. I don't want to have to use companions all the time, especially because I don't want to have them just sitting there. Like, I don't mind using companions if they actually do something. I don't want to have to use companions just to, like, indirectly buff my damage through my core skills. Like, to me, that's just not fun. I mean, don't get me wrong. I still enjoy using these specific builds because of what they look like, what they do, how they function. There's other ways to kind of enjoy the build. But this, this needs to go away. I really hope that they just completely gut it out, get it out. I don't want it. I don't want it. It just pigeonholes you into this. Shepherds should be fundamentally changed. Instead of core skills, it should affect companion skills. It doesn't make any sense, like, I guess, thematically, why it would affect your core skills. Just make it affect companion skills. I wouldn't care. I just think that I'm really tired of the pet build meta. I wish it would go away like yesterday. I don't like it. It just limits creativity. It limits creativity. And now it seems like that's all we're going to get. So Lightning Storm builds are pretty much going to be the same. Where NATO builds are going to be the same. Pulverized builds, if you use pets for pulverized, it's going to be the same. Like, every single shred builds are going to be the same. Like, everything is going to be the same in Season 4. It just basically takes a bat to the kneecaps of creativity for your builds. It just destroys it outright because it's just too powerful. 10 times multiplier, like, for one companion, and you can have up to 9 companion. You put that on a 2-handed weapon, now you're getting a 20% multiplier. I mean, 180% multiplicative damage bonus to your core skills, and now also your wrath skills. Like, it just destroys creativity. And let's see. Mending Stone, killing an enemy with a skill now replenishes the barrier as well as earth skills. This is actually pretty awesome. I actually wanted this to be the case, where all skills replenished your barrier. Mending Stone? I feel the same way, Kenny. I feel like the Druid should be the most diverse class there is. There's so many opportunities for such an exciting way to create the Druid class. And the Shepherds aspect is just destroying that. It's like it just literally pigeonholes you into the same companion build over and over. It's like, okay, all you did was just change the core skill. What's the build? Oh, okay, that's the build? What do we do? Oh, well, we just changed the core skill. Maybe 1 or 2 aspects. Maybe a few affix rules. But really, we're just Tornado to Lightning Storm. Lightning Storm to Shred. Like, what does that do? Like, that's not... It's not unique enough. Like, it doesn't create enough. I would say it doesn't create enough diversity across the builds. Like, there's nothing there. It's just companion. But anyway, let me get off that. Let me not beat the dead horse. Mending Stone here. This is actually a massive buff. So previously, the best builds to utilize Mending Stone were builds like landslide builds, where you would just basically get a lot of earth skill kills. Now you're going to get the buff to your barrier, the replenishment of your barrier through every single skill that kills an enemy. So that's actually pretty massive, which then it's going to further make low life bulwarking builds probably absolutely OP. I think with this season coming up, like Bulwark and low life Bulwark builds are going to probably be some of the strongest damage reduction builds in the game. Especially when you take into consideration now we're going to have greater affix rolls. So low life bulwarking. So everybody knows about the damage reduction while injured affix in the game. So damage reduction while injured gives you a pretty hefty damage reduction bonus when you're at low life, which is just injured in the game. So when you're at 35% health or below, you get a big damage reduction bonus. You can have that damage reduction roll on multiple gear pieces. Now you're going to be able to get a greater affix roll on damage reduction while injured. You're also going to be able to masterwork the damage reduction while injured bonus. So there's a potential for you to have a huge amount of damage reduction. And then now with the change to Mending Stone, where you can replenish your barrier from killing anything, I think this is probably going to be the go-to way to build survivability on the Druid into the end game. So like if I have a Bulwark build and I'm using Lightning Storm, every single enemy I kill while I have my Bulwark up is going to replenish my Bulwark. It goes the same for Tornado. That goes the same for Shred. Really nice change here, and I feel like this is going to make Bulwark insanely powerful going into Season 4. But yeah, I mean, honestly, Season 1 meta, it's every season meta with pets. That's how it is. Every season meta with pets. Let's see. Let's see. Aspect of Echoing Fury. You generate... Oh, yeah, this is just talking about now you're going to get Fury generation for using your shouts on your Druid, which is now Debilitating Roar and Bloodhowl. And then unique items, Flesh Render, damage bonus increase from 10 to 15%. Previous Debilitating Roar and Bloodhowl deal damage to nearby poison enemies, increased by 15% for every 100 willpower you have. Now it's casting a defensive skill, deals damage to nearby poison enemies, increased by 15% for every 100 willpower you have. I mean, no one was really using this unique, and I might try it out. Honestly, I might try it out, but I still don't know. I will say this. Given the fact that it is now going to affect every defensive skill, and with the change to Mending Stone, and I think there will be a sizable increase in how many people actually utilize Barrier on the Druid, maybe there is a potential for there to be a innate Bulwark build back in the game. So if you remember from the launch of the game into Season 1, the most popular build, only because it was the easiest build to use, was the innate Bulwark build, because you could just spam your Bulwark and it would blow everything up because the damage was scaling incorrectly. And then they went ahead and fixed it. Well, maybe there's a potential chance for that to be the case again, where you're just resetting Bulwark over and over again, and you're casting Bulwark repeatedly, and you're getting a big damage boost to your Bulwark, your innate Bulwark, through the use of this unique. However, I don't necessarily think that... I don't think that's going to be the case, to be honest. I don't think anybody's going to actually use this, but I might test it out. It does seem like there could be some combinations you could make with this, but I don't know. Then Tracker Glyph poisoning damage, effect duration increased from 33 to 40%. The problem with poisoning, as well as all damage over time effects, is not how long they last, it's how they scale into the late game. They become absolutely useless as soon as you hit World Tier 4, and it doesn't seem to be changing. It seems like they need a fundamental rework as to how damage over time effects actually scale in the game. So Bane Glyph, poison effect, double damage chance, increased from 10 to 15%. Not really a big deal. Shapeshifter Glyph, critical strike chance increased. I like the Shapeshifter Glyph. However, with the changes to quick shift and stuff, I don't know necessarily if this is going to be that big of a deal. And then again, they're buffing the Wilds Glyph. Damage increased from 120 to 130%. Inner Beast, Legendary Node, previous, after shapeshifting, your spirit costs are reduced by 10% for 5 seconds up to 30%. Now, after shapeshifting, your spirit costs are reduced by 5% for 10 seconds up to 45%. If you reach 10 stacks, this bonus resets. and reduces the cooldown of your ultimate skill by 5 seconds. Again, I have no idea who is doing this. I don't know who's making this. I don't know who's deciding what the Druid needs and what they don't need. But this just doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you? The only reason why people really use this was because you wanted that spirit cost reduction. And it gave you that spirit cost reduction pretty fast. You got 10% for 5 seconds, up to 30%. So you could pretty much keep 30% up consistently across the board. Now you're just going to have to constantly shapeshift to get 45%. But once you reach those max stacks, it's going to reset the whole thing. Is that what it's saying? If you reach 10 stacks, this bonus resets and reduces the cooldown of your ultimate skill. Yeah, that's how I feel. I feel like Trample Slide is getting a massive buff, and I feel like Petrify is going to be overpowered. And I think that's what you're going to have. I mean, I feel like Trample Slide is going to be... I feel like Trample Slide has the potential to be insane if they don't code it correctly. If they mess up and they don't code it correctly, and your Shepherd's aspect now not just only increases the damage of your landslide, but then somehow double dips and then increases the damage of your landslide again through the use of Trample Slide, you could potentially be hitting some crazy landslides. However, even if it doesn't do that at all, the fact that your Trample is now going to have a massive multiplier added to it, and also your landslides are going to be dealing more damage, you're probably going to be seeing a lot more viability in terms of late game builds with Trample Slide, and especially going into higher tier pits with also the additional change to pack leader. 5% isn't a ton, but it does sound at least a step in the right direction. But speaking about this here, I don't know what this is. Like, you get the spirit reduction. I like that. Now, once you hit max stacks, it resets, and then you get a 5-second cooldown on your ultimate skill. This is just unnecessarily complex. Like, I don't know. I don't know what this is. It just seems pretty pretty useless. I think it seems pretty useless now. I wouldn't want to lose the resource cost reduction. That was the best part about this legendary, though. So, I don't know. So let's just kind of like summarize it here. Just going to summarize the Druid overall. Where am I at? Summarize the Druid overall. So, nothing really significant in terms of changes made to your boons. Basic skill builds, or I should say Stormclaw builds, are probably going to be much better again, especially with the addition to ranks to basic skills being added as an affix you can acquire. Your core skills are going to be exactly the same builds this season, most likely, because Shepherd's is still exactly the same. And you're really going to just stack out your companions and do Lightning Storm. Or you're going to stack out your companions and you're going to do Shred. Or you're going to stack out your companions, do Pulverize. Or you're going to stack out your companions and do Tornadoes. So nothing really significantly different here. I don't think it changes the meta. The only thing I think that's probably going to get a big boost is Trample Slide builds. I think those builds might see a significant increase into their viability into the late game, especially climbing higher tiers of the pit, which is now going to be what characterizes an in-game build, right? The build that can climb the highest tiers is now going to be the best build this season, and that's probably going to it's probably going to limit the overall experimentation with your average player. Like, most players are going to say, okay, well, this build gets to tier 150 and this build gets to tier 145, so this is the better build, so that's the only build I'm going to play. So whatever build that ends up being is probably going to be the best build of the season, and everybody's going to play that build, which is, again, just kind of putting the hammer down on build viability and creativity across the board, which I don't like, but that's just the case. So, massive miss here. They buffed quick shift, then they nerfed it into the ground. Heightened sense is unnecessarily complicated now. It did not need this extra complication added onto it. Lacerate could have a utility. Like, this could be really cool. There could be some way of increasing your shape-shifting skills, make this pretty decent, but Prime Petrify is the big daddy. That's going to be the one dealing all the damage. Everybody's going to use Petrify anyway, so I don't think it's good. Especially because Petrify is just easier to use. You hit one button, tap Petrify. Everything gets a massive critical strike damage increase. And with the change to greater affix rolls, you're going to have that way easier time scaling your crit strike chance. So just imagine you get a greater affix crit strike roll. It's going to be a max crit strike roll. Then you get that you're going to mastercraft crit strike. You're going to have a crit strike chance of, 75%, 80%. It's going to be ridiculous. So Petrify is not just getting a massive buff, but it's indirectly receiving a buff because stacking out crit chance is going to be insanely easier now into Season 4. Not just that, but we don't even know what Season 4 mechanic is going to be, so there's a chance that you're going to have 100% crit strike chance builds running around dealing, critical strike damage all over the place. Some small buffs here. I think the biggest aspect change for this, you might see a decent use for Changeling's Debt on Werebear skills, but nothing too crazy. Shepherd's Aspect is now even better, which again just cripples build diversity and creativity. Mending Stone, probably the highlight for me. I love Mending Stone. I love Nature's Fury builds. The fact that every skill now actually replenishes bearer is a pretty sizable buff there. And really nothing else there. So Druid, again, kind of not getting too much love there. I think Druid is going to be exactly the same into Season 4. Not really happy about that. I wasn't happy with the last changes they made, and I'm not really that happy, again, with how they did the Druid. But we'll see. I will hold out my strong opinions for after, until I actually get to test out everything. Let's see, Necromancer. Again, I only play the Druid guys, so I'm just going to kind of read these out and give a surface level opinion. Skills, Enhanced Blight. The tooltip now correctly references the blighted area for the slow effect. They need to add more tooltips. They need to clarify their tooltips, and they need to add more buff icons and debuff icons to the game anyway. Blood Mist, remove the movement speed reduction. So that's really good. I hear this a lot from Necromancers. So one of the issues I hear all the time from Necromancers, people who love playing that class, is that they don't have enough movement speed. And that's something that they actually added in, but probably not in the best way that they could have from the previous patch. So Blood Mist no longer reduces your movement speed. I'm sure a lot of Necromancers are incredibly happy with that specific change. Golem, this ability can now be activated while crowd controlled. Activating this ability makes the player unstoppable. I can just tell you, just from reading that, that's a massive buff. So now Necromancers that use that utilize Golem now have a 100% reliable way to give themselves unstoppable, which in the current meta, with all of the damage that comes into your character all at once, especially with all the CCs that the enemies have, you need a reliable way to activate unstoppable after you've been crowd controlled. So having a crowd control pill on your Golem is definitely a massive buff. So you're getting your movement speed on Blood Mist, and you're also getting a CC pill that gives you guaranteed unstoppable. So that's pretty powerful already. Decompose, rework description to be more consistent with the use of corpses. Interval reduced from 1.5 seconds to 1 second. Increased channeling essence generation from 8 to 10 per second. Upgrades now activate when spawning corpses instead of channeling for 1 second. Enhanced Decompose. Decompose now causes an explosion, 40% weapon damage when creating a corpse, or when the target dies. Now also generates 10 essence when creating a corpse. Acolytes Decompose. Previous, every 1.5 seconds, Decompose makes enemies vulnerable for 4 seconds. Now Decompose explodes. Explosions make enemies vulnerable. I don't know if that's really useful, but that sounds good to me. Just more ways to make enemies vulnerable. I'm sure everybody's happy for that. Initiates decompose movement speed bonus is now on decompose explosions instead of channeling. I don't know. Again, I don't know how this affects anything or if this is ever even used, but it sounds, more movement speed seems to be an issue with Necromancer. Seems like they're giving it some movement speed. Army of the Dead increased spawn rate for increased spawn rate of volatile skeletons by 50%. Supreme Army of the Dead spawn rate adjusted to match volatile skeletons is now categorized as a summoning skill, so that's good. Categorizations adding to the damage buckets that Army of the Dead can possibly scale off of. Passives: Inspiring Leader. Previous, after you have been healthy for at least 2 seconds, you and your minions gain a additive attack speed bonus now while you are healthy. So just taking this silliness out of it, which is really good. Simplifying it, making it better. You gain the same additive increase to your, you get an increased critical strike chance now. So 12% additive increased critical strike chance, and your minions gain up to 18% increased critical strike chance. So I guess now instead of it giving you attack speed, you're getting a huge amount of critical strike chance to not just you, but your minions as well. That's a pretty sizable buff there. Let's see. Callan's Edict. Previous, after you have not taken damage in the last 2 seconds, your minions gain 50% attack speed. This bonus is doubled while you have at least 7 minions. Now your minions gain 3% attack speed for each active minion. Another simplification that's pretty good. Book of the Dead. Let's see, a lot of changes here. A lot of changes. Wow. So it says Skeletal Warriors will now run ahead of the Necromancer more often and can initiate combat. This is really good. Like, stuff like this needs to be across the board for all of companion builds. Yeah, Kenny, I think here's the thing. I want a companion build for the Druid class. But honestly, at this point, I might actually agree with you. Like, maybe they just need to shift the whole idea behind companions on Druid. It just doesn't seem like they kind of understand. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like. But this is really good stuff. Like, Skeletal Warriors now run ahead of the Necromancer. That's necessary. Like, for more often, and can initiate combat. Skirmishes removed 3-second limit for the second upgrade. Reapers, first upgrade, previous Reaper attacks against enemies who are immobilized, slowed, stunned, or vulnerable reduce the cooldown of your powerful wind-up attack by 2 seconds. Now wind-up attacks now reduce one of your active cooldowns by 3 seconds. Defenders now taunts in an area around you instead of negating damage every 6 seconds. From the first upgrade, changed functionality from Thorns upgrade instead to take 99% reduced damage from the second upgrade. Yeah, I'm not too certain how any of this stuff works. So, Shadow Mages attacks now pierce. That's always good. Piercing is great. First upgrade, previous. This seems pretty complex, like a pretty complex setup. I actually kind of like the way they've done the Necromancer here. Previous Shadow Mage attacks have a 10% chance to stun for 2 seconds. This cannot happen on the same enemy more than once every 5 seconds. Now you deal a 3% multiplicative damage for each active Shadow Mage. So simplification and just added damage. That's good. Additional Shadow Bolt now occurs every second attack after the second upgrade. Cold Mages. Attacks now gain 3 essence for the first upgrade. Attacks now apply vulnerable without condition. I'm sure Necros are just, man, I'm sure Necromancers are just, people who love Necromancers have just been, they've just been doused in excitement, I think. They're probably chomping at the bit, or champing at the bit, to get their hands on the Season 4 Necromancer. All of this sounds really good. Bonus Mages. First upgrade, previous, reduce the life cost of your Bone Mages attack from 15 to 10% after being alive for 5 seconds. Bone Mages deal 40% multiplicative increased damage. Now, Bone mages have a 25% chance to cast Bone Splinters or Bone Spear if it is on your equipped skill. Wow, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I've seen that they made a lot of changes to Grenade on Rogue, so we're getting there. I think we're getting there. I'm just trying to give every class a fair shake, even though I play the Druid only, like exclusively play the Druid. Second upgrade, previous, each time a Bone Mage dies from its own attack, they leave behind a corpse that can fortify you for 20% of your life, maximum life. Now, Bone Mages drop a corpse when they die. Bone Mage attacks will grant 3% of max life as fortify. I will go back over them. I'm just kind of like we're getting down to some of the other stuff, and then I'll go over everything. The Druid one more time. I'll try to speed this up a little bit. So Bone Golem absorbs now absorbs 30% up to 50% of your first upgrade. The second upgrade, active ability from Golem, also heals the player for 5% max life for each enemy drained. Bone Golem, first upgrade, previous, each time your Bone Golem takes up 20% of your max life as damage, it sheds a corpse, now spawns 5 corpses around the Golem where its ability is used. It's alright, bro. Now your Bone Golem, let's see, second upgrade, your Bone Golem gains 10% max life, and the amount of thorns it inherits from you is increased by 30 to 50%. Now your Bone Golem unleashes bone spikes when taking damage. Iron Golem, first upgrade, now casts Shockwave every 2 attacks instead of 4. Shockwave damage increased from 40 to 100. 154%? Okay. Second upgrade now also pulls enemies instead of applying vulnerability. Okay. So, seems like Necro is getting just so much love here. Legendary aspect, Blood Soak. Previous, your movement speed is no longer reduced by Blood Mist is active because they just changed that. Now, Wild Blood increases your movement speed. Okay, guys. Yeah, Necro's looking insane. So, for any of you Necromancers out there, I don't want to hear about movement speed anymore, okay? Not only is Blood Mist no longer going to cause you to slow down, but you're getting, I don't know if Blood Mist is used. Again, I don't play Necro. But you're getting a 20% movement speed buff if you use Blood Soaked. So that's pretty cool. It's that sounds pretty neat. Unyielding Commanders, previous, while army that is active, your minions gain 70 to 84% attack speed and take 90% reduced damage. While army that is active, your minions deal 70 to 84% increased damage and take 90% reduced damage. More damage here. Yeah, it seems like they're just going crazy with the buffs to Necro. Well, I'm not trying to burst your bubble, Shark, but no, Druids did not get the love. They absolutely did not get the love. Druid did not get any kind of love. They, in fact, it feels like they kind of, they're the redheaded stepchild. They just kind of got forgotten. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's going to be crazy. Occult Dominion also increased the max number of Skeletal Warriors by 2. Oh my gosh, man. You guys are getting tons of stuff. This looks crazy. Flesh Rending. Oh, wait. Blood Getters. Previous, your maximum number of Skeletal Warriors is increased by 2. Now your Skeletal Priests also empower you at 55 to 70% effectiveness. Okay. Flesh Rending. Previous, when decomposed spawns a corpse, gain 25 to 40 essence. Now, when decomposed explodes, you gain 25 to 40 essence. So that seems like a bit of a nerf. I don't know how it functions, but it does seem like a bit of a nerf. However, overall, I don't know if it'll actually change. I don't know if people actually use this or if it'll change the meta for Necromancer. Rotting, previous decompose, you chain and burst up to 2 additional targets. When decompose spawns a corpse, it has a 50 to 100% chance to spawn a corpse under all afflicted targets. After decompose can chain and burst up to 2 additional targets. Explosions from Decompose deal 15 to 30% multiplicative damage to the targets. That sounds pretty good. You get a big multiplier there. I don't know. Again, I don't play Necro, so it does seem. Oh, bro, I'm gonna give feedback as much as I can, my man. I'm gonna give as much feedback as I can. I'm gonna do everything I can to get them to. But again, it just depends on the amount of feedback they get. Damned previous, you deal 40 to 50% multiplicative increased shadow damage to enemies afflicted by both Decrepify and Iron Maiden. Now you deal 40 to 50% multiplicative damage towards enemies afflicted by your curses. So a nice simplification there, and overall a small but maybe a noticeable buff for necromancers. Untimely death previous, each percent of your max life you heal beyond 100% grants 0.5% to overpower damage on your next overpowering attack, up to a maximum of 30 to 60% multiplicative damage bonus. Each percent of your max life you heal beyond 100% grants you a critical strike damage bonus on your next critical strike, up to 30 to 60%. So they're shifting it from overpower into critical strike damage, and instead it's going to build the same exact way. Potent Blood, previous while healthy, Blood Orbs grant 10 to 25 essence. After, Blood Orbs grant 10 to 25 essence. So they just simplified it. They removed this modifier, this conditional. Pretty good. Unique, Ring of Medellin, or Medellin. Previous lucky hit up to 10% chance to empower all of your minions, causing the next attack from each to explode for X physical damage. Now, every 6th attack from each minion is empowered, exploding for X physical damage. That actually sounds pretty decent, right? It's definitely an increase, right? So now previously you had a 1 in 10 chance for your minion to cause this explosion. Now you have a guaranteed every 6th attack on your minion to cause the same explosion. So it's actually a pretty sizable buff, especially because this had to occur on a lucky hit. So on a lucky hit, you had a 10% chance, which means it was significantly less than that. It was significantly less than that. So you have to take into account that it's a lucky hit, right? Anytime they add lucky hit, you're automatically decreasing the chances for that actually to proc. Now, instead, every 6th attack from each, this is a big one, from each minion, meaning that every single minion that hits the enemy 6 times is getting this explosion to occur. Every 6th attack, you're getting this same damage explosion. So that's actually a pretty massive buff overall to that ring. Now, I have heard that this ring was the ring that you had to use for your companions, and with all of the minion changes that they've made, this is going to make it even better. Every 6th attack gives you a guaranteed chance for this physical damage to actually occur. It also removes the lucky hit conditional, and overall, because it's every 6th attack, is a significant increase. What is that, like 15%? Almost, instead of 10%, it's like 14 or 15% if you were to do the math. So every 6th attack, you're getting this explosion from your physical. So this is actually really good. This is really, really good, in my opinion. I'm just reading out what you're saying. Yeah, everybody's going to be happy. So the ring is actually pretty dang decent. Where's the gloves? You said the gloves. You guys are looking at the gloves, the Necro gloves. Let me go back up here. Consumes corpses, causes many novas, dealing damage. Damage is increased by 10% per target. Drained by the initial cast after damage is also increased by 20% for each corpse. Yeah, that sounds crazy. I don't play Blood Surge, but yeah, that does sound pretty significant. But yeah, for minion builds, this isn't even the mechanic. We don't even know the mechanics yet. So we don't even know the mechanics of season 4. We don't know what special buffs we're going to be getting for our characters. But I can already tell you, like, minion builds on the Necromancer are going to be. I can't say it definitively, but it sounds like minion builds on the Necromancer are going to be incredible. Like, all of these changes sound insanely good. The big one here at changing the aggression, where to go, changing the aggressions of your skeletal warriors, making them charge the target more often. That's probably going to be a really nice change there that people probably won't really realize how good it is until they actually test it out. But I know that this ring, I hear about this ring all the time, and I know this is a big ring for making minion builds viable. This is a massive buff. I don't think. I mean, it's pretty crazy. I mean, this is a pretty massive buff for the ring. So definitely Necro is seeing some significant love here. Control Glyph, previous additional bonus. You and your minions deal multiplicative increased damage to slow chilled enemies instead of 20% increased damage to stun or frozen enemies. Now you and your minions deal 20% multiplicative damage to crowd controlled targets. So pretty good overall for dungeon clearing. Now the only thing here is, like I typically say, for crowd control targets, it kind of sucks because it doesn't apply to bosses. However, I think the issue with minions more or less tends to be that they don't clear trash mobs as fast as you'd like them to. So I think this is actually a pretty decent change overall. That's going to help minions kind of get to the boss. Because once they get to the boss, like, once your minions get to the boss, they're going to, in my opinion, I think they're going to shred through bosses. I think companion minion builds for Necro, they're just going to be boss shredders. They're going to destroy bosses. And that would obviously that depends on how tanky they are as well. And then Dead Razor Glyph, additional bonus, maximum bonus buff by 15%. Cult Leader, Legendary Paragon Node, previous your minions deal 15% multiplicative increased damage for each 20% multiplicative, for each 20% attack speed bonus they have. Now minions deal 30% increased multiplicative damage for each 20%, up to a maximum of 100% attack speed bonus. Big, wow. Necromancer, the new barbarian, right? Could it be? Could I be right? Is Necromancer the new barbarian? Maybe so. It's okay. I'll be okay with that. At least Necromancers, they've been kind of at the bottom of the, they've been right there with Druids, well, Druids had a lot of broken, buggy stuff that made them seem like they were stronger than what they really were. On to Rogue. So, stun grenades granted by various aspects. Base stun duration increased. Cool. Inner sight. While the inner sight gauge is full, you also have 20% critical strike chance for 4 seconds. Attacking enemies that are not marked will fill the gauge by 5% of the normal rate. So a lot, guys, I really feel like stacking crit chance is going to be crazy easy this season. Yeah, everybody deserves their time to shine. And it's been a long time for Necromancer, okay? They haven't had one yet, so I'm perfectly fine with it. Well, see, here's the thing, Kenny. I would say there's never been a time for Druid to shine because every build that has shined on Druid has been a bug. That's the only thing that's sad for me. Like, Innate Bulwark wasn't coded correctly. Blurred Beast was double dipping on Paragon node on your Paragon glyphs, and none of that was meant to be the case. So in my opinion, I just want the Druid to function appropriately and shine, not to be a broken, buggy mess and to shine in that way. There's a significant difference. Like, Barb was not buggy. Barb just kind of works really well. Now they nerfed it. Okay, cool. All the changes they're making to Necromancer, it seems like everything is going to work really well. And like I said with Druid, the only thing I'm going to question is if, with the change to Shepherds, if it double dips on your trample slide, then we're going to have a broken trample slide. Then we're going to have a broken trample slide. So let's go back into Rogue. Preparation. Reduce energy requirement from 100 to 75. Flurry damage increase from 66 to 75%. Volley can now be canceled slightly earlier from another skill. I like stuff like this, man. I used to play several MMOs where you could like cancel skills, like cancel animations. It was kind of fun to do, even though if a bit broken sometimes. Passive and still get the damage applied. Passive skills victimize, fix an issue where this wasn't activating and scaling from certain instances. Increased chance to proc 45 to 50%. Paragon exploit weakness legendary node maximum increased damage buff from 15 multiplicative to now 25. Pretty powerful there. What is this? Lorana's Instinct legendary node. Previous, when inner sight's gauge becomes full, you gain 100% dodge chance for 2 seconds. Next, your 3 core skills deal increased damage equal to 25% multiplicative of your core skill damage bonus. The new way it's going to work is when gauge fills, you still get the dodge chance. Your core skills still increase damage equal to the 25% multiplier of your core skill damage while inner sight's gauge remains full. So now I guess you have to keep your gauge full. Chip Glyph, increased physical damage bonus from 6.6 to 9.9 for every 5 dexterity. That's pretty big. Legendary aspect, encircling blades. It doesn't seem like Rogue got too much here. But they did get a pretty sizable patch before this one to like Barrage. So maybe they didn't want to go too crazy because of all the changes they already made. Encircling blades, increased damage, range buff from 10 to 25 to 15 to 30. Opportunist, previous, when you break stealth with an attack, you drop a cluster of exploding stun grenades around your location that deal physical damage and stun enemies for 0.5 seconds. Now, when you enter or break stealth, you drop a cluster of exploding stun grenades around you that break physical damage and stun enemies for 1 second. Your grenade skills deal a sizable chunk. So we knew this from the previous campfire chat. This was something they mentioned. Trickster now additionally increases grenade skill damage by a sizable amount here. Surprise now additionally increases grenades. Holy God, grenades. Artful Initiative, grenade skill damage increased again. Grenades everywhere. That's funny. I would wager that. Yeah, I mean, it does seem. Yeah, I agree. I'm gonna test it out. But it does seem like there could be a chance. Uncanny Treachery, previous dealing direct damage to a dazed enemy with an ability skill grants stealth for 4 seconds. Breaking stealth with an attack grants 15 to 21% control paired duration reduction for 4 seconds. Now, dealing damage to a dazed enemy with an ability skill grants stealth for 4 seconds. While stealth breaks, you gain 85 to 100% dodge chance for 2. Wow. So a lot of dodge here, and then also you're getting more stealth. Dealing damage to a dazed enemy gives you stealth, and then you're also getting dodge, and then you stealth and grenades, stealth and grenades, stealth and grenades, stealth and grenades. Sounds pretty cool. Siphon, victuals. I know, right? Got to keep it on the down low. We got to have something fun for this season, right? Something different than just companions everywhere. Siphon, well, it's still going to have companions, unfortunately. Siphon, victuals, previous, lucky hit. Damaging a vulnerable enemy with a core skill has up to a 10 to 20% chance to drop a healing potion. Now it has damaging a vulnerable enemy. Non-basic skill has a 5 to 10% chance to drop a healing potion. I don't know if anybody uses this. Sounds pretty terrible. Frostbite. Previous chilled enemies hit by a grenade skill have a chance equal to double your crit strike chance to be instantly frozen for 2 seconds. You deal a multiplicative critical strike damage increase against frozen enemies. Now enemies hit by your grenade skills have a chance to increase your critical strike chance, and also you do get a sizable increase to your critical strike damage to stunned or frozen enemies. Escape Artist smoke grenade dodge effect cooldown has been reduced from 45 to 25 seconds. Quickening Fog max dash cooldown reduction is reached from hitting 3 enemies, reduced from 5. Volatile Shadows, previous, when a Dark Shroud shadow was removed, you would trigger an explosion on yourself and deal shadow damage. Now, when a Dark Shroud is removed, you trigger an explosion on yourself that deals shadow damage and applies shadow imbuement to each enemy it hits. Yeah, I don't know anything about this either, but it does sound like you're going to be grenading everything. So minions on Necro, grenades on on Rogue, and then ice. What's the ice ball? Whatever that is on the Sork. Lethal Dusk. It says previous evading. Wait. Did I get Trapper? Lucky hit dealing direct damage to enemies affected by your trap skills has up to a 35% chance to make them vulnerable for 3 seconds. Lucky hit dealing damage to enemies affected by your trap skills has a 15 to 30% chance to cause an explosion that deals shadow damage and applies vulnerable for 2 seconds. Lethal Dusk, previous evading through an enemy infected by shadow imbuement grants stealth for 4 seconds. Breaking stealth with an attack grants you 1 to 5% max life on kill. Evading through an enemy with it now gives you 10 to 25% maximum life from breaking stealth. So simplified it there. Vengeful, previous lucky hit making an enemy vulnerable has up to a 40 to 60% chance to gain 3%. Increased critical strike chance for 3 seconds up to 9%. Man, that sounds like a mouthful. Lucky hit, damaging a vulnerable enemy has a 25% chance to create an arrow storm at the location. Dealing physical damage over 3 seconds, your arrow storm deals 25 to 40% more. That sounds pretty cool. I don't know if, again, I don't play a rogue, but that sounds pretty cool. You just get an arrow storm and you only have to damage a vulnerable enemy. Pretty high chance for it to spawn, so sounds pretty cool. Arrow Storm. Previous lucky hit. Your marksman skills have up to a 10% chance to create an arrow storm at the enemy location, dealing physical damage over 3 seconds. You can have up to 5 active arrow storms. Now, lucky hit. Your marksman skills have up to a 36% chance to create an arrow storm, and it says your arrow storm deals 25 to 40% increased damage. So that's really cool. I wonder if if it now has a stack max. That's what I do wonder. So I wonder if you could have like a crazy amount of arrow storms that are just bombarding the target with these 2 specific aspects. If it still caps it at like five active arrow storms, that would be interesting. Yeah, that you basically nailed it there, Kenny. That's basically it. Well, they're weak now, but they are increasing the damage here. You see the damage is getting a buff. It seems like the damage is getting a buff there. Damage is getting a buff here. Maybe they'll be better. Maybe they'll be better. And if they don't have it capped at 5 stacks, maybe it could be better. It sounds interesting just from reading it, but if they're really weak, obviously it's not good. Okay. Let's see. What is this? Reduce cooldown from 10 to 6 seconds. What's the cooldown? Casting a subterfuge skill leaves behind a decoy trap that continuously taunts and lures enemies. The decoy trap explodes every 3 seconds. Dealing a certain amount of shadow damage can occur 10 seconds, now to 6 seconds. That sounds pretty cool. Sounds like it might be useful. So, probably a shakeup in the meta for Rogue. Definitely, I'm sure, a welcome change for the Rogue. Doesn't sound like it's going to be like super crazy. Rogue continues to be a pretty consistent class across the board, and I think that's pretty good. Like Rogue it hasn't really like had a massive down swing or a massive upswing. So pretty stable class. I kind of like that about Rogue. It makes me want to learn the Rogue because I'm not really a big fan of like massive changes. Now, it doesn't mean they're not going to come in the future, but sounds pretty good. Sork master skills are now also considered core skills. Enchantments and Frost Nova enchantment chance for conjuration skills to cast a Frost Nova increased from 30 to 35%. Frostbolt enchantment chill amount increased from 15 to 18%. Flame Shield, we know about this due to the cheat death mechanic. I think this is actually a pretty sizable nerf here for the overall survivability in terms of the sorcerer. Now, I know they reduced the duration to 30 seconds. However, this cumulative loss of 100% max life means that you could potentially proc your flame shield at like 99% HP, right? Because it's a cumulative loss. So it's actually a pretty sizable nerf, regardless of the 30-second cooldown. So it is pretty sizable. Skills, Frozen Orb, new functionality, travel distance. We know about this. They have this in the patch notes, so now they'll travel. This is actually a big change for PC players. So console players, not so much. This is pretty much going to function exactly the same. It's going to travel a set distance before it explodes, but this is going to allow PC players to really outskill things. I love this. I think this is great for PC players. I think it definitely gives the opportunity for PC players to have that ability to utilize their skill with mouse and keyboard here. And I'm definitely I love that. I love there always being a difference between people who use a controller like I do versus PC players. I feel like there should be builds that they can use that give them the opportunity to utilize their skill with a keyboard and mouse, where I feel the same like with controllers. I am really good with a controller, so I like there to be builds that I can use that really take advantage of my skills with a controller. So I think this is a really nice change and definitely going to make this Frozen Orb build really fun for PC players. Or I should say keyboard and mouse players, because you can do the same thing on console. So new functionality, travel distance is now controllable, damage increase from by 20%. That is true. However, I will tell you, Kenny, that sometimes your trample will lock onto an enemy that's really far away, and you'll get a massively long trample slide. So it can be bad, but it can also be really good. So there is a give and take there. So I do hope, but it's the same thing with Shred, bro. Shred is limited by controller as well, because the best way to use Shred is a keyboard and mouse, so you can click on specific enemies. Previous, when cast above 40%, 40 mana, Frozen Orb Explosion is increased by 45% against elites and 30% against other enemy types. Now, while healthy, Explosion of Frozen Orb is increased by 45%. So, really good change there. And overall, I am very happy with giving keyboard and mouse players an opportunity to use their skill. I think it's going to make for some really exciting gameplay for players who use Frozen Orb. Greater Frozen Orb vulnerable chance increase from 30% to 40%, and duration increase from 2 to 3 seconds. Ice Armor, Enchanted Ice Armor, mana regen increase from 25 to 30%. Shimmering Ice Armor, previous enemies that hit you while Ice Armor is active have a 15% chance to become frozen. While Ice Armor is active, you reduce its cooldown by 2 seconds for every 50 mana you spend. So that's cool. More reliable way to keep up your Ice Armor. Let's see. Mystical Ice Armor, previous damage against vulnerable enemies contributes 50% more Ice Armor barrier. Now, while Ice Armor is active, you periodically chill close enemies for 20% and deal 15% increased damage to frozen enemies. Shimmering Frost Nova, previous Frost Nova generates 4 mana per enemy hit. Now Frost Nova grants 3% damage, dodge chance per enemy hit up to 15%. Hitting a boss gives the maximum amount for the next 8 seconds. You keep this effect, and successful dodges generates mana. Okay, so I am going to say that I feel like they're really trying to push dodge chance into Season 4. It feels like, and again, I don't know the Sork, but it does sound like they're adding a lot of opportunity to scale your dodge chance into Season 4. And I almost want to say that you're going to have dodge chance when you're talking, and I don't know this, obviously, I haven't tested everything, but if the higher tier pits, if the damage, even through all of your damage mitigation, your damage reduction, your armor, your resistances, if the damage is still so significant that it's just one-shotting you all the time, depending on how high your tier is, and your overall damage could still clear that tier, but it's just survivability, I feel like because dodge chance is as powerful as it is, the fact that you negate every last bit of damage, there's a chance that everybody is going to need to have a super high roll of dodge chance on their builds for pushing the highest possible tier of the pit. Seems like that could be the case. Seems like dodge chance is now going to be that specific thing. Flame Shield, Enhanced Flame Shield. Previous Flame Shield grants 25% increased movement speed while active. Now it has a 50% larger burn radius. I don't know if that's going to be a welcome change from sorcerers. Mystical Flame Shield. Previous, you gain 25% mana cost reduction while Flame Shield is active. Now, Flame Shield ends. Surrounding enemies are stunned for 3 seconds. And your next skill within 10 seconds is a guaranteed crit strike. I don't know how this is going to be received by a lot of Sorks. It seems like Flame Shield has been hit pretty hard. Yeah, it seems like the Flame Shield's been really gutted. In terms of its mechanic to save your life, in terms of its overall usefulness, its utility as a skill. I think the movement speed is far better than having a burn radius, but I don't play Sork, but it sounds pretty bad. And then obviously the Flame Shield giving your cost reduction is really useful because you can just spam your skills. Now they're taking that cost reduction and you're getting a guaranteed crit strike. Wait, it says surrounding enemies are stunned for 3 seconds in your next skill. Yeah, so you're getting a crit strike. I don't know if that's going to be that useful. So it seems like Flame Shield got kind of beat up there. Teleport, enhanced teleport. Previous teleport's cooldown is decreased by 0.5 seconds per enemy hit, up to 3 seconds. Now you gain 30% movement speed for 3 seconds after teleporting. Okay, so basically they just took movement speed here. They took this movement speed and put it here. Missed and removed the cooldown. So it seems like Sork is getting a bit of a mobility nerf here. Mystical teleport, previous for 4 seconds after teleporting, crackling energy hits 2 additional enemies. And then now teleport deals 500% increased damage. It also forms a crackling energy for each enemy it hits, up to 3 deep freeze. Okay, so I don't know what that means, but it sounds... I don't know. I don't know. I want to speak on it. So it sounds like it might be okay, but seems like an overall nerf to the utility skill there for Flame Shield. Supreme Deep Freeze now applies vulnerable for 5 seconds when it ends. Ice Shards, damage increased by 20%. Enhanced Ice Shards, ricochet, damage increased from 40 to 50. Hydra, base maximum amount increased from 1 to 2. Obviously, this was done because of the new unique. So now you'll be able to spawn more Hydras. Lightning Spear, damage increased by 8%. Greater Charge Bolts, damage increased by 10%. Incinerate, new functionality, gain 15% baseline damage reduction while channeling. Damage increased by 10%, so pretty big change there for Incinerate. Passives, Elemental Attunement, cooldown reset chance increased by 2%, now it's 7%. Mana Shield, damage reduction increased by 1%. Devouring Blaze, crowd control enemies now provide the damage bonus instead of immobilized. That's always good, although they need to make sure it applies to bosses, like everything else. Conjuration Mastery, previous you gain 1% increased damage for your active conjuration. Now you gain 1% increased damage and movement speed, and 2% mana generation for each active conjuration. So it seems like they took some utility out of certain skills, and they're really pushing you hard. They're pushing you incredibly hard towards this new unique item with Frozen Orb and Conjuration skill combinations. So it just seems like they're double, tripling, quadrupling down on that. Convulsions, lucky hit chance increased from 3 to 5%. Let me just stop there for a second. So at no point in time am I ever going to be unhappy with a new meta for a game. However, I will say, when the developers are pushing you, like forcefully pushing you, like changing things and nerfing things to such a degree that it's almost mandatory that you go that direction, I don't think that's a good idea. Now, is this a case of that? I have no idea. I don't play the Sorcerer. But just for having a surface level, look at it, it does seem like they're just pushing you, kind of actively pulling you away from certain setups and pushing you in a direction instead of letting that process happen organically. And I think when you do that, it tends to upset players more than it makes them happy, right? So because they're losing their builds that they enjoyed just to gain one build that works too well, and that kind of creates the meta. As opposed to allowing the meta to develop organically while playing the season, you've almost created it before the season begins. Now, I could be wrong, obviously, but it just feels like that. It feels like they continue to do this throughout each season. and I don't necessarily like that. I think that they should just make changes based on whether a skill is good or bad, and then not. Yeah, I mean they do. They're kind of doing that, but I almost feel like they're over nerfing and then over buffing, so it just pushes you in a direction. Convulsion, lucky hit chance increased by from 3 to 5. Shocking impact, damage increased by 100%, and then elemental dominance damage increased from 3% to 4%. So I would prefer them to possibly nerf skills less harshly and improve skills, by a more significant degree than they nerf things. But it feels like they're really nerfing something and they're really buffing something. So you lose builds and then you're pigeonholed into a specific build. Again, I don't know if that's the case, but it does feel sometimes like that is exactly what they do. Legendary aspects. Bounding Conduit, previous gained 15 to 30% movement speed for 3 seconds after teleporting. Now teleport's cooldown is reduced by 1 second to 2.5 seconds after teleporting. Crackling energy hits 2 additional enemies for 5 seconds. Frozen Orb damage increased. We already knew this would be the case. Pretty sizable damage increase there. Frozen Orbit. Damage increase from... Frozen Orbit, not Frozen Orb. Oh, it is Frozen Orb. Never mind. So, pretty massive damage increase. Concentration. Previous, your mana regeneration is increased if you have not taken damage in the last 2 seconds. Now, casting a Conjuration Seal grants you another more damage reduction here. So, casting Conjuration Seal grants you 10 to 25% damage reduction for 5 seconds. This is interesting if it also applies to the chance to proc a Conjuration skill from your new unique item. If it does, it sounds like you're going to have a pretty sizable damage reduction all the time. And you'll never even actually have to cast Conjuration. Abundant Energy, chance to chain to an additional enemy, increased to 35 to 50%. Snow Guard, damage reduction increased from 10 to 25 to now 15 to 30. Singed Extremities, now both immobilized and stunned, trigger this slow effect. Conflagration, previous, while channeling Incinerate, your burning damage is increased by 25 to 40%. Now, while channeling Incinerate, your burning damage is increased by 25 to 40%. Enemies hit by Incinerate explode, burning all surrounding enemies over 6 seconds. This effect occurs once every 3 seconds. Splintering Energy, previous Lightning Spear has a 30 to 50% chance to spawn additional Lightning Spear. Now, your Lightning Spear always spawns additional Lightning Spear and increases your damage with lightning skills by 10 to 25% for 3 seconds. Shattered enemies no longer need to die, while frozen to trigger the bonus damage. Damage increased from 25 to 40 to now 30 to 45. And then Staff of Lamb Essence, damage to close enemies replaced with ranks of chargeable. So Staff of, what is this? Okay. And then Paragon Board, Tactical Glyph, Tactician Glyph, new functionality now lasts 4 seconds longer for each defensive skill, not on your action bar. And then Winter Glyph, your cold damage increase maximum raised from 15 to 18%. So, just seems like they're really pushing you to Frozen Orb. Seems like Flame Shield got a pretty sizable nerf there. Overall, I think that Sork got quite a few buffs to a lot of skills, and I think that they're just going to add a new build into the Sork. So, I don't think that's actually that bad for the Sork. I think it's still going to be a really good class into Season 4. And then I think a lot of these elixirs, I don't really care. I don't really use elixirs too much, but there's a lot of changes to elixirs. And then they're giving rotations. Dang, Maxroll got a lot more information than the official patch notes. So we have some bug fixes down here. Is that what this is? Fix an issue where Iron Skin did not benefit from bonus barrier generation. Fix an issue where Upheaval cast by Maldwak with the Call of the Ancients was stun. Okay, fix an issue where the tooltip of Ancestral Charge does not detonate. That the damage bonus is multiplicative. Fix an issue with the Rumble Glyph. Fix an issue could not grant stacks of Furious Upheaval. Fixed an issue where Ancestral Charge Legendary could occasionally stop functioning. Okay. Sounds pretty good. So they fixed Wild Impulses, guys. That's pretty massive. So that's really big. Now we'll actually have the access to that multiplicative damage. So big change. Really happy with this. So this is going to be a pretty sizable buff overall. And honestly, with the changes to Quick Shift and then basically gutting it, I think Wild Impulses is going to be much better. And you might actually want to run this on your amulet. So you have like 15 ranks. You'll end up with 30% multiplicative damage if you ran this on ranks on your amulet. So pretty impressive. Pretty nice change there. Fix an issue where Hurricane was not displaying decimal values for its duration when affected by the Endless Tempest passive. Okay, but that's not the problem. The fact of the matter is Endless Tempest is absolutely garbage as a passive, and they shouldn't have it a % increase. It needs to be a flat duration increase. So whoever came up with this idea is just a moron. Like 15% duration increase on Hurricane is like a little over a second, if that. Like why would I want to invest 3 skill points into something that barely does anything? They needed to make this like a flat duration, like a 2 second, 4 second, 6 second duration on Endless Tempest, and that would actually make it very useful. So you could obviously keep up your Hurricane for the entire duration at that point. You probably wouldn't need to rely on Nature's Fury for a lot of your Border Cane builds. And, well, you might still need to. You would probably still need to, but you could actually keep your Hurricane up more consistently. And then your Cataclysm would last a lot longer. But this little percentage nonsense, I think, is absolutely terrible. They need to change the way this passive works. If you want 3 skill points, it needs to add duration by just a numerical value, like 2 second, 4 second, 6 second, or 3 second, 6 second, 9 second, something like that. Not a percentage increase. Fixed an issue where the damage bonus from the retaliation bonus could apply twice. So basically, retaliation was doing way too much damage. And now it's even worse now. Well, it was good then, but now it's worse, so it actually doesn't. So they nerfed it, and then they fixed it, so now it's basically no better than having Stampede. So that was a little bit of a change you could do. Instead of running the Shepherd's aspect with Stampede, you could run Shepherds with Retaliation. Now, it doesn't matter. And in fact, you probably want to run Stampede because this requires you to have Fortify, and Stampede only just gives you more companions. So Retaliation is probably going to go, unless you have a free slot open, Retaliation is going to go unused because there's a conditional to the core skill. And every core skill build is going to use Shepherds. So by just by relation to Shepherd, every single core skill build is going to use Stampede now, and Aspect of Retaliation is going to basically die out unless you have a second slot you can apply this aspect to. And then fix an issue where Storm Strike and Claw could attack in place instead of attacking to path the player. That's really good. So now keyboard and mouse players will have a much easier time making a Stormclaw build. Fixed an issue where Bloodhowl would not heal the player or properly regenerate spirit when equipped with Night Howler's aspect. That's fine. Fixed an issue where the Fortify values generated by Safeguard was using base life instead of max life. I knew there was something wrong with this because it was definitely not scaling correctly in terms of applying Fortify, so that's nice. And then fix an issue where the multiplicative damage from Wild's Glyph did not apply to passive. Holy, no wonder why this thing wasn't doing anything. So I made a companion skill build for this season, and I cleared a tier 100 dungeon. I cleared bosses and everything, and I actually maxed out this glyph, and it was so lackluster, and that's why. So now we know why. It actually did not affect the passive attacks of your companions. So that's actually a pretty nice fix and a pretty sizable fix to companion builds with all of the buffs that we're getting. It does seem like you could probably make a a boss killer build with your companion setup. However, a lot of the same issues will still be problems in terms of going into high tier dungeons or scaling into high tier pits, because werewolves are your only active companion that actually provides you with the opportunity to have indirect damage reduction. You're going to see the same issues because we need more werewolves. We need more wolves, and the only way that we're ever going to feel a sizable difference in our companions is if they give us more active companions. Not like, ravens, which, just sit up in the ether somewhere and deal damage, or poison creeper that doesn't really take any aggro from monsters. You're going to need like a big bear, or you're going to need more wolves, stuff like that. So hopefully we get that sometime in the future. But this is a really nice bug fix, and Wild Impulses is a really nice bug fix. Fixing this to retaliation has pretty much made retaliation useless in terms of making a core skill build, because now you're just going to want to use Stampede. But again, it is what it is. Necromancer fixed an issue where the bonus from the Bone Graft Legendary Paragon node which should only trigger from damage, could be triggered when enemies were made vulnerable by Enhanced Bone Prism. Fixed an issue where the bonus movement speed from Death's Approach was not active while in town. I'm sure necromancers are happy about that. Fixed an issue where the Requiem aspect was granting lower maximum essence per minion than intended. And fixed an issue where the Golem attack initiated right after dismounting wouldn't complete. Rogue fixed an issue where Enhanced Shadow Imbuement always granted extra critical strike chance or just on injured targets. Fixed an issue where the tooltip Chilling Weight passive did not detonate, increased chill amount in the next rank up tooltip. Fixed an issue where Shadow Clones weren't inheriting ultimate skill damage from No Witnesses Legendary Paragon node. Fixed an issue where Thorns damage could apply Sky Hunter's critical strike effect. Fixed an issue where the Glyph upgrade pedestal could spawn directly on top of the player if a Nightmare dungeon was complete while casting Barrage. That's funny. Fixed an issue where, for Sorks, fixed an issue where the bonus damage from Torch and Tactician glyphs were additive instead of multiplicative. That's nice. Fixed an issue where the Frigid Breeze passive would activate on any type of damage instead of just cold damage. Fixed an issue where Frozen Orb was applying vulnerable to frozen enemies without the Greater Frozen Orb upgrade. Oh, I missed this one. Fixed an issue where Isu's Ferocity was applying increased critical strike damage to all damage types instead of just fire damage. Fixed an issue with Destructive Ice Shards. Vulnerable effect can be applied by free Ice Shards cast granted by the Ice Shards enchantment. Fixed an issue where the effect of the aspect of Searing Wards could be consumed by free cast granted by the Firewall enchantment. They fixed the Fireball enchantment effect when far away from Sork. Yeah, I knew this was happening. Something was super weird. Every time I would have a Sork nearby, I would just be casting fireballs and killing enemies. That's kind of fun. Fix an issue where the damage bonus from Winter Glyph was additive and not multiplicative. So this is something I'm really happy they're doing. They're going back and making sure all of these passives actually affect the skills they're supposed to. Fix an issue where the mana reduction of the efficiency aspect would benefit from Incinerate for the first second of channeling the ability. And then fixed Ice Shard. Cool. Fixed Frozen Orb. Let me just look at these. Fix an issue. Defense key. Okay. Okay. Lilith getting fixed a little bit. Okay. So nothing really too crazy in the general stuff. But a lot of nice bug fixes too for Druid. So I'm just going to go ahead and go back over Druid one more time. Just kind of like briefly. So for the Spirit Boons, nothing significant here. Cooldown reset chance, not a real big change. This Energized change is not going to make it any more viable. The problem is the Lucky Hit is just making it pretty bad. Like the chance to proc on Lucky Hit, it's not really going to change anything. And this increase to the hill on Masochistic is not really that big of a deal. They need to revert the Lucky Hit change and just make a hill happen every time you critically strike. Uh, Claw is better. Basic attack builds are going to be better. And Enhanced Claw is getting an attack speed buff. Maw is still as useless as it's ever been. Shred is getting a little bit of a buff, but nothing overall is going to be changing in terms of your core skills because Shepherd's is still the way it is. In fact, it's even better now. Debilitating Roar and Howl are now shout skills. Wolves gain Unstoppable when the skill is cast. Nothing really too big there. Petrify is now insanely overpowered. Like, Petrify was easily the best ultimate before for the Druid. Now it's even better, pretty much making it the only ultimate that's viable. Like, I wouldn't say it's the only ultimate that's viable, but Petrify is just ridiculously powerful now. And everything else is just it's like, okay, if you want to use it, sure, but you probably should be using Petrify. That's how Petrify is. So you're getting in the second skill point. So for Prime Petrify, you're now getting the Spirit generation and you're getting the increased duration. And then on the third skill point, when you kill an enemy, you not only cool down Petrify. Oh, I absolutely agree, bro. I've been saying that for a while now, though, Kenny. They need to revert the change to the Dire Bear and Dire Wolf. Like, when you cast Dire Wolf and Dire Bear, you should always have Unstoppable. And they should just revert it back to where it was. Also, they need to make it where you can refresh the ultimate while you're in the ultimate, right? So currently, the way Dire Wolf and Dire Bear actually work is that you cast the ultimate, and then in order to refresh the ultimate, you have to wait until it goes on cooldown, and then you can cast it again. When they should have it to where you cast your Dire Wolf or Dire Bear ultimate, and then you can refresh it again if you get the cooldown up in time while you're still in the ultimate. So that way you could have 100% uptime on Dire Wolf and Dire Bear. I don't know why that's not a no-brainer. And then give Unstoppable across the board while you're in the Dire Wolf or Dire Bear. And probably make some changes to how Dire Bear, and probably make some changes as to how Dire Wolf is actually impacted by the Alpha Wolf aspect or whatever it's called, where you get resource cost reduction and movement speed. They should probably change that to attack speed and movement speed. But that's just my opinion. But they definitely need to revert the nerfs to Grizzly Rage, and they definitely need to revert the nerfs to Masochistic. But yeah, Petrify is pretty much a no-brainer now. You're just going to run Petrify and Petrify all the time. Supreme Lacerate sounds pretty okay, but I don't think it's going to be that useful because when you cast Lacerate, it makes you stay in one place. You become unkillable, but it's never fun to just sit in one place for too long a period of time. So I don't necessarily think... I think this entire ultimate needs a rework as to how it actually functions. Or in fact, what I do think they should do, and this is something I mentioned previously in another video, is they need to remove Lacerate altogether. I feel like they should take Lacerate out of the game. And what I think they should do is make Grizzly Rage, they should call it Dire Rage. And when you use Dire Rage, you either shapeshift into a Werebear and you get plus damage and plus damage reduction, or you shapeshift into a Dire Werewolf and you get plus movement speed and plus attack speed. And the way they can make that change happen is there can be a little UI, just like they have on the Barbarian, a little thing that pops out at the bottom of the skill, and you either select Dire Wolf or you select Dire Bear, and then they should take Lacerate out of the game. And what they should do with Lacerate is replace it with a brand new Ultimate Grizzly Bear companion. Like, that's what I think they should do. I don't think Lacerate has a place in the game currently. I don't know if it will ever have a place in the game. It just feels clunky to even use. Yes, you can make a build around it, but it just doesn't seem like it. It just doesn't feel good. So I would rather prefer them just remove this outright, make bake Dire Wolf into the Grizzly Rage Ultimate, and give us a big giant Grizzly Bear companion summoning for an ultimate skill here. And then Petrify sounds amazing. Cataclysm is still going to be terrible. I feel like they need to rework that skill entirely as well. I think tornadoes need to be reworked. They're stupid. They just fly all over the place and barely do any damage. And then lightning strikes also feel pretty bad. The overall damage they deal feels pretty awful in Cataclysm. So the entire ultimate feels pretty bad. But yeah, Petrify, if you weren't using it before, you're definitely going to be using it now. It's insanely powerful. I agree, bro. I feel like the only separation, this is what I feel about the Druid class. I feel like the only separation in the Druid class, much like in Barbarian, and this is the reason why Barbarian feels so good, the reason why Barbarian feels so cohesive as a class, the only separation for Druid should be human form while shapeshifted. Every single passive in the Druid class should apply to you while shapeshifted. So I'm just gonna go to let me go real quick. Let me see. Let's go to Mobalytics. Let's go over here to Mobalytics real quick. Let's go just to any old build here. Let's go over to the skill tree. I'm gonna pull this here, and we're gonna bring up the patch notes here. Okay, so the fundamental change, in my opinion, that needs to be made for the Druid class is that all of these passives, like this, like Iron Fur, specifically like Toxic Claws, all of these passives that exist should apply while shapeshifted. Like, that's exactly how it should read. The only separation between should be between human form and between while shapeshifted for your passive trees, right? I feel like that would make the most benefit to the Druid class. And then all of your damage buckets should be while shapeshifted, and then maybe you can have specific things that improve the damage for your Werebear Werewolf. However, in my opinion, I would prefer them to, instead of doing that, just create things that specifically change fundamentally how Shred works, how Maul works, how Pulverize works. That's how I think that they should split it up. Because I feel like, because a lot of these passives only affect the player when they're in a specific form, it makes it where the class, especially down here, like every 6 for like Lupine Ferocity, every 6th werewolf skill hit critically strikes and deals damn. It's just bad. Like, this needs to go. Bestial Rampage, the duration needs to be removed. Like, instead of 2 seconds between werewolf and werebear, they need to say, when you shapeshift into werewolf, you gain 30% attack speed. When you shapeshift into werebear, you gain 50% multiplicative damage. Like, there should be no duration of 2 seconds. It makes it feel clunky and annoying. This is actually, Earthsign Strength is perfectly fine for me. I like Earthsign Strength. Perfect Storm not getting touched at all. Like, are they smoking something? Like, of all the things that they changed, like, to not change Perfect Storm, it's the worst ultimate, like the worst key passive. Nature's Fury, I think, is fine. And then Earth and Might, again, as we continue into each season, it seems like we're getting an easier and easier time building critical strike chance. What good is Earth and Might then? If I can get 60, 70% crit strike chance or more through all of my any other aspect of my build, right? Whether it's through aspects, whether it's through the Paragon board, a glyph, or just flat affix rolls now with greater affix rolls and masterworking, what in the world do I need Earth and Might for? It not only does it have a super low chance to actually apply the buff, but you're already getting a ton of crit chance. Not only that, but the biggest problem with Earth and Might is that you can't actually refresh the buff while the buff is active. So the buff has to actively fall off, and then you have to reproc the buff again, which means that you rarely have Earth and Might up, if at all. So Earth and Might, absolute trash now. Perfect Storm, always been trash. Lupine Ferocity, always been trash. Bestial Rampage is almost there. They need to remove the duration on the skill, like the duration, that 2-second duration needs to go away. Earthsign Strength is probably, Earthsign Strength and Nature's Fury is probably the two best ultimates in my opinion overall with how they feel, how they're implemented in the game. Although Bestial Rampage does make Ursine Strength feel a bit weak now when you're in Werebear form. However, I do like that it gives you that big bonus to your health, so that's kind of nice for survivability. But Bestial Rampage has just a massive multiplier. It's almost insane. So I feel like take the duration off here, probably buff Ursine Strength, do something. This needs to be completely reworked. This needs to be completely reworked. Nature's Fury feels pretty good. If anything, you probably need to add some damage here. If you're going to, with these two, this probably needs some damage. And then Earth and Might needs to be completely reworked. It's absolutely trash. And then Unstoppable has to be up all the time when you're in Grizzly Rage, no matter what. They need to revert all the nerfs they made to Grizzly Rage. Because the problem... See, here's the thing with the Druid class. The problem with the Druid is that every single build, every season that's ever kind of stood out has been a bug, right? Or something that wasn't intended. So when the game first launched and into Season 1, the reason why people were using the Druid class seemed like it was really impressive is Innate Bulwark was bugged, and then Rampaging Werebeast had an infinitely stacking critical strike damage multiplier. I don't know if you guys know this, but if you give something an infinitely stacking critical strike damage multiplier, it's going to be overpowered. You're going to have... Anyway, once they nerfed the Rampaging Werebeast aspect, they also over-nerfed Grizzly Rage. So now you don't have 100% uptime on Unstoppable, and you're basically requiring now to use Metamorphosis to maintain Unstoppable. Because if you don't have Unstoppable, you pretty much die in the game. Like your overall gameplay is going to suffer tremendously without Unstoppable. So they need to revert the nerfs here, and they need to make this into a werewolf skill automatically. Like, it should affect both Werebear and Werewolf skill, and then you should just be able to opt into Werewolf or Werebear by a simple little UI change like they have on Barbarian. It's and then Lacerate needs to go. It just doesn't feel good. Cataclysm needs to be reworked. It just doesn't work well. Yeah, like synergizing with human, yeah, more things. The problem is that they've turned because of the what's the aspect called that changes? It's like alpha something, I believe. Because of the aspect that changes your werewolf into direwolf, and it gives you a massive reduction in your overall spirit cost. They've basically just turned every single core skill build into a werewolf build outside of Pulverize. Now that did change into Season 3. And I think they're going to make human lightning storm builds and tornado builds more viable by adding resource generation to some of the affixes. But the problem is it's still going to be vastly easier to just create a werewolf core skill build that can just infinitely cast tornado and infinitely cast lightning storm, and not just infinitely cast tornado and lightning storm, but they can also apply poison debuffs to every enemy instantly, giving you a massive crit strike damage multiplier off of Envenom. So because of that, they've pretty much pigeonholed you into werewolf everything. Every single build is a variant of werewolf or a variant of a Stormclaw build. So if you're using Trample Slide, you have to have Crone Staff. Crone Staff resets Trample, or you have to use Claw to reset Trample, and you're stuck doing that. Or Shred. You're going to have to use Werewolf to cast Trample Slide. You're going to have to do something in that direction. You're going to have to do that. And I think that's really kind of pigeonholing every single person into small variations of the same build. It's all you're doing. You're just small variations of the same exact build. These passives here, a lot of these aren't really that good. Defiance is good. Natural Disaster is good for Earth builds. Again, The problem with Storm builds here is that stunned, immobilized, or knocked back. Guess what you can't do to bosses? Stun them, immobilize them, or knock them back. Resonance, it sounds like you could make a really good build out of this. The problem is that it's just not... Like, this is good for Nature's Fury builds, but that's it. Like, Nature's Fury, and that's it. So, kind of makes it where it's useless. This should apply to every single shapeshifter. Like, Werebear should get Neurotoxin. Sorry, not Neurotoxin. Werebear should get Toxic Claws. So that way, Werebear can apply poison with its skills instead of having to use something other than, like, Rabies or Poison Creeper to apply poison. Toxic Claws. It's called Toxic Claws. It's not called Werewolf Toxic Claws. So Toxic Claws should apply to Werebear skills, because Werebears have claws. I don't know if they know that, but Werebears do have claws. And, yeah, I mean, Rabies, still, they need... It's not that Rabies is bad. It's that the way damage over time effects scale into the late game is poorly designed. So they need to make damage over time effects more impactful so people can actually make damage over time builds. These are actually pretty good for Earth skills. I'm not disappointed in this. Boulder is the trashiest skill. So bad. Claws, right? Claws. Yeah, I like that. I like that. But Boulder is the trashiest skill. Only made good when you transform it into a core skill. The problem with that is that uniques like Dolmen's Stone Amulet apply to Wrath skills. So guess what? You lose that bonus to the ranks to Wrath skills when you make this a core skill. Now, another interesting thing, Kenny, if you're still hanging around in chat, what I would be interested into seeing is if somehow they forget to make that designation with the brand new change to Shepherd's aspect, and not just Trample is double dipped on, but what if Boulder is also double dipping into the Shepherd's aspect? So when you change your Boulder skill to a core skill through, I believe it's Metamorphosis, you're also going to get a bonus to the Wrath skill change for Boulder as well. I would be interested to see that. I would be interested to see if that could actually function. Typically, the way they have it designed now, it doesn't. Yeah, Metamorphic Stone. So typically, the way they have it designed now, it doesn't, because the ranks to your Dolmen's Stone Amulet don't actually apply to Boulder, which again is an oversight. They need to make sure that actually... I feel like the Dolmen's Stone Amulet should be reworked to A, give you movement speed, and then... Wait, didn't they? Does it give you movement speed? I don't know off the top of my head. If it doesn't, they need to have movement speed, and then also Boulder, Dolmen's Stone Amulet needs to give you ranks to Boulder. Yeah, so it doesn't give you, so it needs to give you movement speed, for Christ's sake. Every amulet should give you movement speed, and then it should also give you ranks to Boulder, because Hurricane is useless for damage. So that might be something you might be interested in. Maybe there's a chance that you could create a Boulder build to this season that might double dip on the change to Shepherds, but I probably won't, because they seem to have accounted for that with the Dolmen's Stone Amulet, but it may. So, but Boulder, 4% lucky hit chance. Like, this is one of the worst skills. These Savage Boulder and Natural Boulder are redundant. Both of these are redundant. In fact, Natural Boulder ends up being better because this is like, it takes too long to build up the crit chance. So this is redundant. This needs to go and be changed to something different. So, I mean, it seems like a no-brainer. Percentage increase on duration is absolutely terrible. This does not need to be that way. This is garbage. This is good. This is fine. Again, lucky hit, though. So the problem with lucky hit is that you have things like this. 15% lucky hit. Like, why? Why is this 15%? And why is something that doesn't require any cost at all, any kind of sacrifice at all in terms of spirit generation or spirit costs, have 50% lucky hit chance? It just seems kind of weird. So I don't know. Just reading through some of these, Petrify is going to be your go-to for everything. Lacerate, whatever. Sure, you could probably use it, but it's going to be gimmicky at best because Petrify is so good. Call the Wild, who cares? Quick Shift, absolutely gutted. So they buffed it for about a couple weeks. Well, no, a month and some change. It's going to be buffed. And then they absolutely gutted Quick Shift. Heightened Senses made it far too complicated again. Everything else they did in this patch simplified so many things across so many classes. But for some reason, for the Druid at least, they decided to overcomplicate everything. So for Heightened Senses, you're now going to get a little bit more movement speed, but you're going to have to stack it. And then, for Quick Shift, it's completely gutted. Yes, you can get up to 6% increased damage for each point you put in there, but you're going to have to, you deal 1% for 3 seconds, and you have to constantly shapeshift back and forth. And both of these no longer apply to human form, right? So they now apply only to animal form. So you now only get the bonus from werewolf to werebear and vice versa, and no longer from shifting into human. So absolutely gutted it. And then Clarity, this sounds like it could be good, if albeit a bit clunky. So you get core skill, crit strike chance, pretty sizable amount. And you also get wrath skill, core and wrath skill damage and crit chance by a pretty sizable amount here. And it sounds like it could be really good. So do be on the lookout for that. I feel like you could probably cast a companion skill and then cast a wrath skill. I don't know if you'd want to use this for core skills because then it would feel really clunky. Imagine every time you cast a core skill, you would have to then cast a companion skill and then a core skill and then a companion skill, and you would do that over and over again. Now, I will say that the only way I think this could be viable for a companion skill, not a companion skill, but a core skill, is if there was the potential for, after casting the companion skill, that the crit chance and the damage bonus was snapshotted into Lightning Storm. So that's something you could test out as well on yourself if you do the PTR. What that means is basically you cast a companion skill, and then because your Lightning Storm is a channeling skill, when you channel your Lightning Storm, every single damage tick from your Lightning Storm is going to benefit from the increased crit chance and the increased damage. So do test that out. Be on the lookout for that. I'm going to test that out. Will this actually snapshot? So then it would be valuable to cast a companion skill like Ravens and then channel your Lightning Storm skill, but hold channeling so that way you continue to get the bonus off of this passive. So that's probably the only way I could see this being useful outside of like Trample Slide, where you would cast the companion skill and then trample into the pack of enemies. Because if you were doing this with Tornado, it would just feel clunky. You cast companion skill, you cast Tornado. You cast companion skill, you cast Tornado. It would feel bad. Same thing with Shred. Companion, Shred, companion. It would feel really bad. So maybe Lightning Storm if it snapshots into your channeling, and then Trample Slide because it would benefit Landslide, and you could just cast Trample and get a big bonus there. 4% increased movement speed is fine, but again, it's only in werewolf form, which makes it really useless for werebears, and I don't think that should be the case. This should be while shapeshifted, or it should be just 12% movement speed across the board. But in my opinion, if they have the designation here that it's only while shapeshifted, then this movement speed bonus should be dramatically increased from like 4% to like 5, 6, 7% per skill point. Changeling's Debt sounds good for werebears, but sounds terrible for werewolves because it only applies to crowd control enemies. And crowd control enemies, you can't crowd control the boss, so it's pretty useless here. But you can poison the boss, so you are going to get a pretty big sizable multiplicative damage bonus there from that. Some werebears might actually use this now, I think. I mean, 40%, I don't think there's many multiplicative damage modifiers that actually give you 40% multiplicative damage, so you might actually use this. Unsatiated is trash. Blurred Bee's still trash. They nerfed it too hard, way too hard. You could probably use this for like maybe a boss, I don't know, but it's pretty bad. Nothing new with Night Howlers. Raw Might is still bad. Shepherds is continuing to be overpowered. So nothing really to shake up the meta there. Everything is going to have companions, and a lot of them. In fact, more so now because of the change to retaliation, the bug fix on retaliation. So not only did they nerf retaliation from 40% multiplicative damage down to 30% multiplicative damage, but now they fixed a bug where it was double multiplying. So now there's really no difference between Stampede and Retaliation, except for the fact that you have to build Fortify to get a bonus out of Retaliation, which is going to make it less appealing to a person when they can just have Stampede and always have that 30% multiplicative damage. So Retaliation, pretty much useless. Well, not useless, but unless you have an extra aspect slot, you're not going to use it. This is a good change to Mangled. Mending Stone is my highlight here. It's a change that I've been asking for forever. You now get the barrier replenish off of just any skill that kills an enemy. So I'm going to make this aspect much more viable. And in fact, my overall feeling for Season 4 is that Dodge is going to be an insanely good way of adding damage mitigation. And low-life bulwark builds may be the go-to build for Season 4. Especially if there's no pedestals that you have to activate in high-tier pits that will heal your character. You run in there with a completely decked out, super buffed, damage reduction while injured low-life bulwark build, and nothing can kill you. And I think that's probably going to be the best setups, in my opinion, for Season 4. Low-life bulwark builds, high dodge chance builds are probably going to absolutely rule the meta for damage reduction. And I think this change to Mending Stone is going to make Druid one of the most tanky classes in the game. They were already pretty tanky. This is going to make it even more so the case because now, you kill things with Lightning Storm, you get replenishment to your barrier. You kill things with Shred, you get replenishment to barrier. You get the point. Every skill replenishes barrier. You can stack out a massive barrier, and you're just going to kill tons of enemies and always have a barrier up and always have tons of damage reduction. So, pretty big change, and it honestly might be overpowered. You now have Spirit Generation. And Echoing Fury now impacts your shout skills, which is your debilitating roar and howl. So you're going to you can either stack out Spirit Generation through your affixes, or you can use something like this to give you Spirit Generation. Flesh Render is useless, although you may have a gimmicky innate bulwark build again. You could probably make something like that with this. And then nothing really new with the glyphs, other than the fact that Wilds was apparently bugged. And now it will apply to the passive portion of your companion skills. So companions may be really good this season. However, I think they will still suffer from the same issues in terms of survivability that they had in Season 3, especially when pushing higher tier pits where you're desperately hoping that your pack leader procs, you're like fishing for pack leader procs like a madman, okay? If it doesn't proc, you do no damage. If it does proc, you'll do decent damage. And your werewolves will probably die every 2 seconds. And yeah, you'll just never really run companions. And then the Inner Beast passive here, again, overcomplicating this. I have no idea. It doesn't make any sense. Like if you look at every single class across the board, they simplified so many things. But then you come to the Druid, and they overcomplicated. Like, look at this, man. What is this? Why does it have to be? Like, why does this have to work like this? Why does it have to work like this? It should just be simplified. And then again, this, after shapeshifting, your spirit costs are reduced by 5% for 10 seconds, up to 45%, but then when you reach the max stacks, it resets the whole buff, and you get 5-second cooldown on your ultimate. For what? For what? Why? I would just use a pair of Flicker Step boots. I'll just use Flicker Step. I'll use Flicker Step, and I'll always have my ultimate on cooldown. And hell, look at the changes they made to Petrify. You're always going to have the skill on cooldown. Where's it at? Petrify. So Petrify was already is the cooldown in here on Petrify. So out of all of your, let's look at the cooldown here. Base cooldown. Out of all of your ultimates, Grizzly Rage 50, Lacerate 35, 60, 50, right? So out of all of your ultimates, Petrify is sitting right here at 50. Cataclysm is 60 seconds. I have no idea why, right? So you have a 50-second cooldown. You can pretty much negate that cooldown through Flicker Step, or, you know, cooldown reduction, a mixture of cooldown reduction and Flicker Step. You also have other means of cooling your ultimate down now as well. I mean, why would I want that to cool my ultimate down? I just want a reduction in my spirit cost. Like, that's all I wanted that for, so seems pretty bad. But again, it just feels bad. Like, all these changes aren't that big of a deal. Nothing really significant for the Druid overall into Season 4. The meta has not been shaken up at all. Like, Barb, really cool changes. Lots of cool stuff there. Some nerfs, but some buffs to skills. Necromancer, absolutely amazing what they did with that class. That class looks so much fun. Insanely good. Rogue, lots of cool things with Barrage going on. Lots of cool things with grenades going on. Sorcerer, yeah, they had some overall nerfs to some of the utility skills, but the class overall looks really fun. Frozen Orb is now getting a lot of cool stuff happening with that. So you're going to get Conjuration, Frozen Orb on top of your Ball Lightning, on top of Arc Lash, whatever you want to do. Sorc looks like a lot of fun. Rogue looks like a lot of fun. Druid, what changed? Nothing. Nothing. And again, nothing. Like, nothing changed. And it's kind of frustrating. Like I'm not gonna lie, because I love the class, and the class has so much appeal, and so many things you could. Shepherd's. Thank you, Shepherd's buff. Let's not forget that. Let's not forget the Shepherd's buff. Okay, Shepherd's got buffed again. Thank you. We all were asking to run 3 companions all the time on every build, no matter what we do. Like, thank you. Like, I want to continue to do this meta where I run nothing but companions all the time. And by companions to be completely useless outside of buffing my core skills. That's what I want to do. And I always want to be in werewolf form. Unless I decide to be a pulverized druid. So for you werebear druids out there, enjoy pulverize all over again, exactly the same as it's been since the launch of the game. So I hope you guys enjoy playing that over and over and over and over and over again. But hey, yeah, there you go, Kenny. So just so you know, you get to do it again, brother. You get to do it again. You're going to get to play Pulverize. I know how much you love it. I know you never wanted to change. I know that's all you've ever wanted to play. Since you were born, since the day you were birthed out of your wonderful mother, you came into this world, you grew up to be this amazing human being. Your whole goal in life was to just simply spam Pulverize until until you pass into the great beyond. I think that's a wonderful thing. No, you don't need that, bro. You don't need a Stormclaw build. You don't need a really cool basic attack build for your werebear. You know, what you want with your werebear is what you really want is what you want to build Fortify, right? That's what you really want. You also want to, maybe stun every now and again with your werebear. That's what you really want. Someone should have told you. Yeah, pulverize, bro. Pulverize. We gotta pulverize. We gotta smash the ground. That's all we want to do with our werebear. Oh, and occasionally trample. We can trample also. Let's not forget. Let's not forget about that. We can also trample. And hey, I also make, just in case, selfish plug here for my builds. I also have this really cool Boulder Cane Bear build that I make every season because I desperately want there to be more things for werebears to do. So if you're interested in playing a Boulder Cane build for your werebear that's inferior to the Shred variation, sure, You could play this, and I promise I will update it for Season 4. And I actually like this build. It's a lot of fun, but yeah, the mobility is absolute trash. The mobility is absolute trash. So, yeah, there you go, guys. So, Season 4 Druid, get ready. I'm going to make the same exact videos for you guys, and so is Ace, and so is Screamheart, and everyone else who makes builds with maybe some mild variations in the aspects. And that's probably pretty much it. Yeah, it was fun. Yo, it was so much fun. It was so much fun. I was having a blast with the quick shift setup. I was actually having, it was growing on me so fast, and I was loving all, like, just giving you that damage bonus. You could shred into a pulverize. At least that gave you that mobility. Well, you know, unfortunately, it was too much fun, so now we get to not that, you know, now we get this convoluted version of quick shift here, where we not only lose damage, but we also have to not quick shift. We also have to not quick shift, so that's going to be fun. That's going to be a lot of fun. Same thing with BCO Rampage. Got to make sure you stay in. You got to make sure you stay in werebear form for 2 seconds, and you got to make sure you stay in werewolf form for 2 seconds. So, second verse, same as the first. I'm Henry the Eighth. I am Henry the Eighth. I am. I am. Yes, sir. I think I've lost my mind. I think that's. I think I've lost my mind right now. Well, like I said, guys, I will be blasting the PTR, and I promise you, with all that is in me, I promise you guys, I am going to advocate for every change that I think is going to be made, that I think is going to be necessary to be made for the Druid class. I'm going to shout from the mountaintops far and wide. I want this class to be so much fun. It's not only the class that I love, I think it's going to be the only class that I specifically play, only because I want to play other action RPGs like Last Epoch, like PoE, and that's not PoE 2, and that's not to say that I'm gonna, you know, stop playing. I love this game. It's a fun game, but the Druid it needs something, bro. It just needs to be that way. And I think that's unfortunate because Ace plays too much around like I feel like. And listen, I'm not shooting shots here. I'm not throwing shots. I'm not doing anything. I'm just saying that he really highlighted the Poison Shred build for Season 2. And it was broken. And I feel like, and I'm probably wrong, but I feel like that because that build became so popular and it was made to look like the Druid was so insanely powerful, that it's the big reason why we see no real changes to the class in Season 3, and we're seeing no real changes to the class into Season 4. Like what has changed for the class? Like there's nothing that's changing for the class. Yeah, it's just like I don't mind that the bugs exist. I just wish they weren't popular. I wish that when people made content around those builds, they would specifically say, this is a bug that needs to be fixed. However, it does this. Like, it's not a part of the class. Like, the problem is now every single class, Barbarian has been elevated, and it's still good. Like, I know they've made a lot of changes here. They've nerfed some things, but this still looks good. Like, this still looks like a lot of fun. I wish they hadn't have done this to charge. I certainly wish they hadn't have nerfed the cooldown, but the damage needed it. I feel like they're making Ren better, Rupture better, Whirlwind better, Call of the Ancients better. They did nerf some things, but overall I think it's going to be a better functioning class, and I think that's a good thing, and it's still elevated there. I don't think it's going to lose too much. Necromancer is absolutely beautiful. Like, all of these changes, whoever made these changes, it's wonderful. Like, this is amazing. All of this is amazing. Every single last change, meaningful, impactful to the class. Beautiful changes. Really well thought out changes. Exactly, just not Hoda Strong. I see Kettle, and I feel like I don't mind bugs, but I feel like they should always be they should not be considered a part of the class balance. Okay. So like if we're talking about the Druid, everything has been bugged. The class has never been a good class. If I can honestly say the class has never been a good class, right? Pulverize only was better because they made overpowered, right? Rampaging Werebeast had an infinitely stacking crit damage modifier, which makes no sense. Innate Bulwark was scaling inappropriately. Once that was fixed, Innate Bulwark is absolute trash. And then Blurred Beast, where's that at now? Absolute trash. Where's Poison Tread? Absolute trash. It doesn't exist in the game. Why? Because it was bugged. So outside of that, what builds? What builds are like insanely overpowered? Unless there's another bug that pops up, what builds are insanely overpowered? I'm not even asking for that. I'm not even asking for a build to be insanely overpowered. I'm just asking for some kind of cohesiveness with the class. Make the class make sense. Make it make sense, because sometimes it feels like it's going in a million different directions, but it's doing none of those things really well. That's the problem with the class. There's too many things that are okay and nothing that feels really, really good. Now, like I said, with the quick shift changes, all of that stuff, that actually did start to make it feel really good. But now they're changing it. Now they're taking it away. Now they're making it where you're losing damage there and you're not really getting. It's just it doesn't make sense. Like I said, the only designation should be human form shapeshifted, right? Outside of like your normal physical damage, lightning damage, poison damage, all that stuff, fine. They need to significantly rework the way that damage over time effects scale into the late game. They need to make sure that a lot of these simple passives for the Druid, like the where's that? Digigrade Gate, this should apply across the board to the class. We're talking about a 3 skill point investment for 12% movement speed. That only affects Werewolf? Why? Like, movement speed is annoying. Like, just give us movement speed. It's simple stuff. It just doesn't feel... It doesn't... I mean, Prime Petrify, dear God, like... That was the last ultimate that needed a buff, and we get a buff for that. No key passive changes whatsoever. Like, none. So someone looked at the key passives for this class. Someone looked at the key passives for Druid. And they were like, all of this is good. They were like, yep, we did enough. All these key passives. Perfect. Just the way they are. How? Paragon board. Same thing. Paragon board. Every legendary node now is pretty trash. Let's see. Outside of like... So, Inner Beast, not so good now, in my opinion. I would rather it just stay the same. Earth and Devastation is capped out. Here's the funny thing about Earth and Devastation, right? Not only does it function off of a affix that is not even useful in terms of killing bosses, right? Crowd controlled damage bonus, you can't even do that to bosses until you stagger them. So it makes it pretty useless. But it's only capped at a 40% multiplier. Now, let's look at Thunderstruck, one of the better let's go back to my builds here. Let's go to the Paragon board. Let's look at Thunderstruck. In my opinion, one of the better designed legendary nodes. It's a multiplier, a flat damage multiplier to your skills, your storm skills. That's completely uncapped. You could scale this thing. You could scale this thing to anything. It could literally be 1,000% multiplicative damage to your storm skills. Now, obviously, that's impossible. But just think about this for a second. Going into Season 4. You have greater affix rolls. You also have masterworking. Say I get on my weapon single hand, one hand, two hand weapon. I get 2 greater affix rolls, both damage to close enemies and damage to distant enemies. Then I further masterwork those to make them even higher than that, like incredibly high amounts of damage to those enemy types. Well, now my legendary Thunderstruck node is going to be massive. It is going to make my storm skills deal so much damage, it's ridiculous. My lightning storm is going to deal crazy amounts of damage. My tornadoes are going to deal crazy amounts of damage. Okay. Well, what else is going to do that? Certainly not Earth and Devastation. With a capped at 40% multiplicative critical strike damage, which is only affected by damage to crowd control enemies, which is probably one of the worst affixes in terms of doing all of the content in the game. Because of bosses. And bosses are a huge aspect of Season 4 with level 200 bosses. Lust for Carnage. What are they going to do with this now? Critical strikes that give you some resources, but now we have resource generation. And it's only 2 spirit. You can overcome this just by using Tebow's Will or any other, like, now you're going to be able to build resource generation. This is absolutely useless now. This could be something really cool. The Werebear legendary node is actually pretty cool because it's a multiplier based on the amount of damage, the amount of health difference between you and the enemy you're attacking. That one's pretty decent. So I don't think that really isn't, but that needs to change. A lot of these legendary nodes are just completely wasted. Let's talk about this one. Does anybody want to tell me how good this is? Like, ask yourself, why is this a thing? On Lucky Hit, which already makes it really bad. On Lucky Hit, a 15% chance to entangle an enemy, okay, for 2 seconds. And they also get poisoned for 4 seconds. You want me to open that, buddy? Explain to me how that hasn't been changed. Like, come on, guys. Like, who's making these changes? Who's making these changes for the class? So, I don't know. That's my whole thing. And like I said, Kenny, the biggest change they could make to make Maul better, no fortify, no increased damage instead of fortify. Attack speed, increased damage. That's literally the difference between Werewolf and Werebear. Increased damage and survivability, damage reduction for Werebear. Increased movement speed and attack speed for Werewolf. Why are they doing this? Like, fortify, get rid of it, increase damage here, a multiplier, a damage multiplier for Maul, right? Followed by something else other than this is pulverized, my bad. Followed by something else other than what they currently have on here. I'm sitting here talking about this is pulverized. I'm smoking crack over here. Let's go to the skill tree. So, increase the range and radius of Maul by 25%. Garbage, this needs to be baked right into Maul. This should already exist in Maul. You're a Werebear. You're swiping enemies. Just put this into Maul. This should be a multiplier for your damage. Like this is an attack speed increase. This should be a damage multiplier. This should hit enemies already. This should already be in the skill already. I actually don't mind this too much. However, because it is kind of cool to watch enemies get knocked down. Again, the problem is that this doesn't affect bosses outright. So what I would prefer is that this be something like you knock an enemy down, and when an enemy's knocked down, you then have a increased damage to that enemy or something like that. And then there should be a stipulation that is applied that when you hit a boss, there's a 20% chance for this to activate on the boss, right? To apply the debuff to the boss without knocking the boss down. I'm fine with that. And then this could be something like Yeah, or like make some kind of execution. Like when an enemy falls below 35% HP or something like that, or whatever. I don't know. Just something different. Increase crit chance, increase crit damage. No, everything already adds to the stagger, Harry. Everything already adds to the stagger. But the problem is that when has stagger been useful? At what point in time in the game was stagger ever useful outside of the initial launch of the game? Like, sure, for builds that wanted to apply stagger because their damage was so bad, but most people were just pushed into specific builds where the damage would overcome the bosses and stagger was just useless. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't think the stagger mechanic is a bad mechanic. I actually like the mechanic. The problem is that that mechanic probably works for games like Dark Souls or something of that nature, something like Sekiro or something like that, but it doesn't really apply itself well to games like action RPGs, because the thing with action RPGs is that you want to deal damage quickly and you want everything to affect the boss, and you want to be able to make a build that works across the board universally through all content. And no one is trying to make a stagger build. No one wants to stagger the boss. They want to kill the boss. And in order to do that, they need to make sure that all these damage modifiers actually apply to bosses. Now, I'm not saying that you should be able to make a build that infinitely stuns a boss and, you know, you never have to engage with the mechanics, because I think that's terrible boss design. I want every player to have to engage with the mechanics of a boss to some degree. However, every single damage bucket should affect the boss to some degree. Now, if you have a lot of damage to slowed enemies, then you should be able to debuff the boss with that specific debuff, but maybe you don't apply it to the boss, right? Maybe it says the boss is being, you know, the boss is under the effects of the slowed debuff without actually being slowed, so that way the damage buckets apply to the boss. Same thing with any kind of crowd control effect, right? Maybe you can use something that affects stunned enemies, but you know, it doesn't necessarily apply the stun to the boss, but it applies the debuff to the boss. So that way the boss can be affected by all of the damage buckets that you invest in the game, and therefore making all the builds that you create more viable, right? No one's going to be making a build that doesn't kill bosses. Okay? That's literally, especially now, with the pit being a mixture of, you know, trash mob clearing and bossing, you're going to have to make builds that are viable across all content, right? So you're going to have to make builds that can clear trash mobs really fast, and then you're going to have the build also be able to kill bosses really fast. Well, that quickly narrows down a lot of that quickly starts to take away builds from a lot of the in terms of build viability. Like that quickly starts to limit creativity, especially because the bosses can't be affected by crowd control effects outside of stagger, which takes a staggeringly large amount of time to build up. No pun intended, right? So, I don't know. I just think I think overall they did a really well. They did a great job with Barbarian, and they did a great job with Necro. They did a phenomenal job with Necromancer. 10 out of 10. Necromancer, 10 out of 10. Phenomenal job at balancing the class. Rogue, most dependable class in the game so far. It's been good in every single season, and it will continue to be good into Season 4. Some really nice changes made to Grenade. Seems like there's going to be more build viability there. Sorcerer, definitely seeing an increase to its overall build complexity and build viability there. There's going to be more stuff to do with Sorcerer. And, yeah, nothing really changed with the Druid. So that is pretty much it. Like, there's nothing really significant there. Unless there's anything, like, I would say, unless there's something that's going to be different with all of the different affixes they're adding to the game, it's going to be the same builds. In fact, you can probably take away some builds. So a lot of your shape-shifting builds will probably feel really clunky, And yeah, maybe incoming bugs for shepherds. So if your lightning storm and your tornadoes and your pulverize and your shred wasn't hitting hard enough, it's going to be hitting harder into season 4. So be on the lookout for that. Possibly trample slide will be the one of the surprise builds of the season, given the changes to shepherds. And I mean, it's not all doom and gloom. Like I said, this is if they did what they did with Petrify to every single aspect of the Druid, like that would be kind of nice. But I mean, oh, and Mending Stone. This is the highlight to me. Just a simple change. I love this. I love this change. So big highlight here. This is annoying. Tired of Shepherd's builds. Everybody's going to run Companions again. And overall, Companions are getting a buff, but I don't think that's really a big deal for Druid. I think Necromancers are going to be swimming this season. So that's really it, guys. I mean, pretty lackluster for the Druid. Overall, guys, I will say, this looks amazing. Like, this is a massive step in the right direction. Like, if Season 2 was a really big step, this is a giant leap in the right direction for Diablo 4. I've never been one of those creators. Obviously, I love Diablo. Check my channel. I've been enjoying the game, okay? I've always been pretty even-handed with my criticisms. I believe in constructive criticism. I never believe in caring about a game so much to the point where you can't admit that there are significant changes that need to be made. So there's definitely a lot of changes coming in Season 4 that I'm super excited for. I will be doing the PTR like a madman, and I will be definitely giving my opinions on the Druid class as well as the game overall. No matter what class you play, even if it's the Druid, I think there is going to be tons and tons of stuff that you can get into, and tons of new ways that you can, make small changes even to the Druid class. Tons of new builds, things you can do with builds that might actually impact the build overall, make it feel significantly different, especially with some of the different affixes they're adding that directly affect skills. I think that was definitely a much-needed thing in the game. I've been saying that forever, though. Transformative things that are implemented are the best. And I definitely look forward to jumping into Season 4 and, blasting my first hardcore character and going into the leaderboards with a fresh character. That sounds like a lot of fun. And actually doing the Gauntlet on the first week, just the first week, to really kind of enjoy that aspect of the game. And then pushing high-tier pits, stuff like that, and doing level 200 bosses. All that stuff sounds really exciting. All that stuff sounds like a lot of fun. But the Druid, I feel like it's a big miss, but I also felt like it was a big miss in Season 3. I mean, if you go back to the patch notes and, to the previous patch notes, you'll notice there wasn't a lot. What they did change was really nice, like the new gauntlets, the aesthetic wraps, all that stuff. Phenomenal stuff. I wish I had seen a lot more stuff like that in these patch notes, but, it's okay. Maybe whoever made the Barbarian in Season 2 made the Necromancer in Season 4 is going to at some point in time rotate, and we'll get them to make the Druid in like Season 7 or 8, and then we'll have our chance. Then we'll be like, oh my god, this class is amazing. So hopefully that happens. But like I said, overall, phenomenal changes. Also, guys, if you haven't had a chance, go over here to Max Roll for some reason. And I don't know why. Maybe it was announced in one of the, like, Wadijo or Rax. Somebody talked about it. But they have a much more extensive look at all of the changes coming to classes. So come over here, give it a look for yourself. Really, really great changes. A lot of cool stuff coming. And on top of that, a lot of really nice bug fixes. So do give these a look over, because these are actually pretty interesting, some of the bug fixes. Just to highlight a few, Wild Impulse is getting fixed on the Druid, so it's going to make it even better. Wilds is getting fixed as well, so now we'll have more passive damage coming from our companions. So your Ravens might actually deal damage now. I don't know. It's still to be determined. Retaliation is fixed, so you'll probably never use this aspect unless you have a free aspect slot, which on the Druid is pretty impossible considering how limited we are. And then for your PC players, Storm Strike and Claw will now no longer make you stick in place. So you'll be able to utilize that much easier to make a Stormclaw build. But that's really it for these. I will probably put out a more condensed version of my overall Druid opinions in a video, probably coming out sometime tomorrow. And then I'll give my overall feel for Season 3, my review for Season 3, as well as my review for the Gauntlet, things like that coming as well. And then, like I said, when that PTR happens, I'm going to blast a PTR like crazy. And I am probably going to stream a little bit more. Well, I don't know. It's been kind of long for the day. So I might stream a little bit more tonight, might not, but I'll definitely be streaming some tomorrow. We're going to be doing a lot of leveling with people. If you're interested in making an alt character on softcore, I'm going to be grinding levels for people all day long, and I will probably be helping any new players who are coming to the game from Game Pass to level up their players if they're interested, because Season 3 is going to be over soon, and most of those players, if they're ever going to have any experience, they're going to need to get to the end game as soon as possible just to understand what they want to do for Season 4. But, you know, with all that being said, yeah, hopefully they do something in the future with the Druid class. Hopefully they make it a lot more better. I don't think it's going to be terrible for Season 4, but it will be much of the same, barring anything new that comes out, or like just completely change. Like if I completely change my mind based on a lot of the affixes that they're going to be bringing to the game. But anyway, that's going to be it for this stream for right now. Like I said, we'll be streaming some more tomorrow, maybe some tonight. But I will say this, though, before I do go. After the PTR is over, and after I've given all of my feedback as much as I can on the forum posts and the little bug UI that's going to be in the game, I'll probably be doing as much as I can in terms of learning Last Epoch, so I have another game I can make builds for, because I have been enjoying playing some of Last Epoch, and I think having more options, you know, to anyone is always good. Like having more action RPGs that are fun to play is always good. So I'll probably be doing a lot of that. But once Season 4 hits, guys, I will be going crazy, doing everything I can to learn every aspect of the game and bring you guys information as I learn it myself. So with all that being said, guys, I appreciate every last one of you guys for tuning in. It means the world to me, especially as a newer content creator, someone who's building their channel, and all of your feedback, all of your comments, everything you guys post out here. Awesome stuff. I love communicating with you guys. It's the most enjoyable part of this stuff. You know what? I will give it. I will definitely play Rogue. Okay, I promise you. I promise you. After I am done with Druid for Season 4, which should be pretty fast, guys, considering there's no changes to the Druid overall, I should probably pretty fast like complete the Druid. I'll be done with that relatively soon, maybe within the first month of the new season. Like once I'm done, I promise you guys I will learn a new class. I will go for Rogue or Kettle, because Barbarian is getting the nerf hammer. And I'll be ready, okay? Because we can trade uniques, we can trade legendaries, so that's dope, man. We're gonna have so much. And I will say this to you guys: one of the best things I've had. I used to only play hardcore solo self-found, and in Season 3, I decided I wanted to play with as many people as possible. And I have had a blast playing with every single one of you guys that's, you know, wanted to come in and enjoy some Diablo 4 or even Last Epoch with me. And that stuff, it really has changed the way I want to play action RPGs going into the future. So I plan on never doing solo self-found. I have no idea why people want to do it now. I have had so much fun having parties of people doing stuff together. So unless there's something I specifically want to tackle as a solo player, something I really want to just show, like, hey, I'm really skilled at this game, man, just come into the stream. You don't have to subscribe to my channel. You don't have to do anything special. You just join a party. If I have a spot open, you want to do some stuff, send me an invite. I always have my BattleNet down in the description of the stream. Jump right into the party. We will have a ton of fun blasting through Season 4 together. So anyway, with all that being said, I appreciate every last one of you guys for stopping by. Thank you for listening to my long rant. I promise you I will make a condensed, more digestible video for this stuff, specifically talking about the Druid. And yeah, you as well, Kenny. You have a great night, great day. And as always, guys, have a great day or a great night, depending on wherever you're from. And peace out, guys. I will see you tomorrow.